Chapter 9. Rumor 1. So that's what happened? Evening, dusk had already descended upon the earth. Sylvia was driving back to her mansion with Gilthean. The steering wheel was in her father's hands, who enjoyed driving, while she looked out of the window from the passenger's seat. "Darling, did you do it on purpose then?" Sylvia nodded silently at her father's question. "Do you hate that girl?" "She has nothing, so what should I hate about her?" "Good. She's a talented kid, but it's already too late for her." After giving her that advice, Gilthean suddenly remembered some events from a long time ago. 10 years ago, on the day of the Academy's entrance exam. The day 2 people with the making of an archmage were found in the Iliad Estate's aptitude test. Normally one would have broken out in cheers, but the problem was that one of them was Sylvia and the other was a Luna. They had been a long-standing affiliate of the Iliads, but now too much time had passed and the families were estranged. Also, a certain problem would inevitably occur when there was more than one person with overflowing talent, competition. She's already behind in the race, so you don't have to worry about her. Just ignore her. The magic world of this continent had a long-standing tradition. No matter what the type or attribute, there were only 3 people who could be recognized as archmages in one generation. As the standards were so great, 2 positions had been vacant for nearly 30 years, but one position would definitely be occupied by the chairman, so if Sylvie rose to the remaining position, Luna wouldn't be able to fill it, and if the opposite happened, Sylvia would be eliminated. Of course, on the surface, conflicts between families were rampant and there were many incidents, but that was the most decisive reason why Gilthean rejected Luna's magical talent. Gilthean said quietly. "However, darling, be careful of Deculein. He isn't a very docile character. When he was young, he was called a prodigy. He's stagnating now, but he could take off at any time. I'm just reducing the size of my talent by being sold to some woman." "I know. I've already been caught by that professor. He got something on me." "Haha. It's said that a tiger doesn't father a dog as well." Gilthean laughed, but Sylvia grabbed the hem of her robe around her knee. She still had doubts. How the hell did he know? If possible, she would have liked to ask him personally. Seeing his daughter's complexion, Gilthean pulled over. We've already arrived. I've finally been able to take a drive with my daughter. After much hard work, but I'm dissatisfied with this short duration." "Darling. How about your father takes you out shopping like in the old dash?" "I'll go now." "What?" Sylvia opened the car door and got off. Gilthean, who pretended to cry, spoke again as soon as she set foot on the ground. "Darling." He had his mouth pulled into a smile, but his eyes were serious. "The whole Iliad family is behind your back." Sylvia looked up to Gilthean. In her father, who stared at her with his golden eyes similar to hers, Sylvia saw herself. "Don't lose your confidence just because of this. If he turns against you, I shall personally behead him no matter who he is. Hurry up and go back to the estate. Mother is waiting." "Hum. That's rather cruel." "I got it." Gilthean swiped away his hair in bewilderment, while Sylvia entered the mansion. Master. Are you all right? I've heard the rumors." The housekeeper, who came running, had a worried face. "I'm fine. It all got settled. I'll eat dinner a little later." "Oh, that's a relief. Then I'll send your meal to your room later." "Yes." Sylvia trudged to her room, changed into her pajamas and laid down on her bed. Flop. Her soft blonde hair spread out on her bed sheet like a fan. "Deculein." Disturbed, Sylvia muttered softly. Today, Professor Deculein really saw through me. His magic insight and observational skills were never to be taken lightly. I had bad luck as well. He wouldn't have been a senior professor if he weren't talented. This was clearly due to my negligence. 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 Yes, negligence. Nevertheless, today's events were filled with questions for Sylvia. Sylvia never showed emotions to anyone. She neither gave away her heart to anyone, nor did she accept anyone else's. So she couldn't explain today's situation even though it was her. Why me? Do you hate that girl? Ifrin Luna. And her father. Why do you dislike me? She's a pure-blooded noble who doesn't lack anything, never fails to get what she wants, and even her talent was considered to be the highest in all of the 500-year-long history of the Iliad family. She was the most perfect masterpiece that sprung from the supreme noble family called Iliad. It was then that she whispered a question in her mind. That's why you can't let your guard down. Her eyes were filled with manna. Her pure golden iris burned like the sun. Eternal immortality, the rank eternal that only the ones on the apex of the magic world could rise to. The name of the person who reached said level will be engraved in the continent's history and bestowed with the title Archmage. In addition, from the top of the floating island that not even the emperor could touch, one was able to aloofly overlook everything. Not her father, not her own family, she wants to be the only one to hold that place. No, that seat of power was already half in her hands. She was sure that she'd definitely make it. Not as Sylvia of the Iliad family, but just as the individual Sylvia. Without fail. Sylvia jumped out of her bed and sat down on a chair. Books, books, books. If one wants to know something, then one should read a book. If I want to get revenge for today's humiliation, if I want to repay them with skill, then I have to read more and learn more. Let's think about this again. Deculein was by no means just a simple professor. On the contrary, he was an opponent. Overflowing with power, a match for the Iliad family. And Ifrin? She was of no concern, even though she'd probably hate to admit that. Like my father said, she's already out of the race. Since I became Deculein, I've woken up at dawn every day. For me, mornings were always refreshing and I would always wake up fully recovered, but today I had muscle pain. The cause for that was me using my magic close to exhaustion yesterday. However, the routine I set up using Deculein's personality, his stubbornness to be precise, made me move my body naturally. As soon as I woke up, I started my magic training. Whing whing whing. Every piece of metal in the room moved at my will. The spell clearly worked better than 2 days ago. Last night, I used up 3,375 mana in an instant, even while only practicing, so this led to a sharp rise in proficiency. For reference, I could even visualize something as abstract as proficiency with my trait Vision. It was at exactly 85%. After reaching 100%, I plan to erase beginner psychokinesis. That will hurt a lot again. Whing whing whing. I controlled a number of metals, making them avoid rubbing against each other, and I stopped when I noticed I had about half of my mana left. The next routine was to acquire magic. Today's magic was called Basic Heat Control, which wasn't all that important, so it should be fine, just keep it in mind, I guess. Wait a minute. It was an ignorant thought that was on the same level as memorizing psychokinetic powers over one's whole body. If I don't really need to learn heat control, how about I just add its core functions to psychokinesis? What if I remove only a certain stroke of that magic, that is, the stroke that is the core of heat control, and transplant it into psychokinesis? This process was also called weaving magic or magic upgrade. In the first place, psychokinesis and heat control were of the same control type, and their structures were somewhat similar as well. Psychokinesis focused more on objects and heat control only focused on heat and fire. So there were quite a few overlapping strokes. 8 out of 22 strokes of heat control were similar to psychokinesis. Then, wouldn't it be possible to cross-edit magic as if I were writing a thesis or manipulating a gene? I flipped the understanding switch. After completely memorizing the form of heat control, I closed my eyes. Afterwards, I removed the core of heat control which I memorized and transplanted it to the psychokinesis located on my body. Instantly I felt an overpowering pain. It was a pain that could only be called overpowering. Blood dripped from my mouth. I knelt down on one knee and clasped at my heart. I just felt it, for sure. If I were an ordinary magician, I would have died once. It did succeed though. Fortunately, the two magic spells were certainly combined. I could feel it in my body. The formula of heat control got added to the magic circle on my shoulder, different from the original psychokinesis circle. I'll need to add another routine to the existing ones from now on. Artificial upgrade of psychokinesis. This was a novel and sure way to strengthen it. However, it was incredibly dangerous, and the more you do this, the greater the load on one's body seems to get, so I needed to train my trait, Iron Man. In other words, I had to exercise. It was then. Knock, knock. This is Roy. Are you ready to attend the social gathering? Is what the butler said after knocking. I looked at the clock. Before I noticed, it was 1 p.m. I'll be ready in a minute. Understood. I shall wait outside the door. As I put my coat on, I told the butler as such. Roy. Don't schedule any social gatherings from now on. Unless it is very important. I wanted to cancel these social gatherings if possible, but today was an important event. Called Flower of the New Year. I shall keep that in mind. The reason why I dared to attend a social event today was, of course, to solidify my identity as a named character, but above all else. Side quest, attend the social event Flower of the New Year. Store currency plus 0.5. This was crucial. Store currency. One had to collect at least 5 to access the store, but I still only had 2.5 and I needed even more to buy the thing I wanted. I opened the door. The butler was waiting with his head bowed. I'm ready. Understood. Here is the list of blacksmith master asked about last time. Good. Last week, I asked the butler to arrange for a skilled blacksmith. Shining golden iron. Among the 45 blacksmiths on the list that the butler gave me, there was one name that stood out to me the most. I chose the place that was caught on the radar of man of great wealth. What a unique name. Take this blueprint and take it to Shining Golden Iron. I handed the blueprints over to the butler. This was something that was going to be my favorite. Usually, magicians use a wand or staff, and if their favored one is extremely developed, they are also called pieces, but my favored weapon will be very different compared to those sticks. It was a weapon specifically made for psychokinesis, so I was looking forward to it. Understood, master. The butler carefully put the blueprint away without opening it or asking about it. That was, indeed, the right attitude of a humble butler. Let us go now. The car is ready. Good. Well done. Yes? Yes. Thank you. I went out of the mansion together with the butler. The weather is nice. Yes? Yes. That is right. The weather in early spring wasn't so good. The butler seemed to get bewildered by every word I said, but I just got into the car filled with a refreshing smell. Go. Understood. The car drove really smoothly. As I was sitting on the back set in a very haughty pose, I suddenly remembered Midas touch. Let's try it on the car. I had 1,300 mana remaining, so I could use 1,000 of it. I used the trait out of curiosity when vroom. The car suddenly accelerated. The driver was startled, banged his head on the steering wheel and profusely apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's fine. Go. Yes, yes. I'm sorry. The driver, who hit his head and apologized non-stop, quickly became proficient and the back seat became more comfortable. The vibrations and noise, which already rarely appeared, almost completely disappeared. Seems like it enhanced the comfort of the drive, huh? Not bad. We quickly arrived at our destination. That place was an old castle in the city Harwich, which is said to be the most gorgeous. It seemed like that whole castle in the middle of the city was a place for nobles to hold social gatherings. We have arrived. First, the driver got out of the car and opened the door for me. At the same time, attention seemed to focus here. The reason was, because having this car was a huge luxury in this world. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Professor Deculein. A well-trained attendant greeted me first. I walked down the red carpet under their guidance. Reporters lined up in the coverage line outside the castle, their cameras giving off dizzying flashes. I went into the castle without even looking at them. A venerable magician, the head of the Deculein family. The youngest senior professor of the Imperial University Magic Tower, Deculein von Deculein. I almost got startled by the sudden sound that came out of the loudspeaker as soon as I entered through the front door. It was an introduction announcing that I had entered. I hope you'll have a good time. I nodded and entered the hall. There were a lot of lights that sparkled like stars in the spacious and colorful hall. Looking into others' faces, I was glad I came. There were so many familiar names around. Yetzerin, Page, Sirio, Lapel, and so on. However, even in this splendid crowd, there was one person that stood out. I recognized her at a glance. Julie. Even Julie, who hated high society, seemed to have no choice but to attend this event. I didn't know why, but she was on her own dressed in armor. When Julie made eye contact with me, she immediately turned her gaze away without saying a word. I didn't bother to approach her either. Dalenta's ball is especially gorgeous today. Princess Luca, how are you doing today? The results of last year's adventurer test were very interesting. In this game, the types of people that got special treatment were nobles, magicians, knights and adventurers. For reference, an adventurer was a very professional and systematic profession, so it was only possible to acquire the qualification by passing a test. Ganesha, go. I read your work in this time's Continental Journal. Anyway, among those adventurers, the most important name that could be said to be responsible for an important turning point in the game's story. I found her. As someone whose hobby is to travel, you said that you explored the archipelago. A woman with long red hair tied into two ponytails, that seemed rather nervous and sharp. In fact, she had a frown on her face, seeming that communicating was a bother. In and of itself, however, many people gathered around her. She was an adventurer with her initial combat power set in the top 5 overall. Ganesha. I, too, plucked up my courage to approach her. Chapter 10. Rumor, 2. Just when I was about to gather the courage to approach Ganesha. It can't be. My, isn't that Professor Deculein? Someone with a greasy tone of voice and clouded in a thick mass of perfume blocked my way. Nice to meet you. Long time no see. He was a handsome man with blonde hair. Although he was shorter than me, his magic was strong. I knew that guy's face. It was me who modeled him myself after all. Ehelm? Ehelm von Gerion rewind. Saying that he held a grudge against Deculein would probably be too much. He was probably just jealous of losing the senior professor position to him. Yes, Professor Deculein. How's your university life these days? I heard there was an incident in your first class. It was settled. Haha. Indeed. Rather than that, there are some rookies these days who seem to doubt the professor's reputation. Ehelm made a fuss, Wasn't there a saying like, lies have short legs? As Helm said, Deculein's lies and deception were slowly unraveling. Of course, I'm eagerly awaiting the results of Professor Deculein's great magic research. You're working hard to achieve great results, aren't you? You held it back for so long. Even though it's already been almost 3 years. I looked at Helm. His expression and the vivid movement of his wrinkles seemed cheesy. It was as if cheese came alive. Human cheese. If that grand research of yours is too complicated for you to finish, feel free to ask me for help. I'll immediately come running. It was a sarcastic provocation. If it were the original Deculein, he would have shot him a glare. I didn't reply. I didn't even blink an eye. To be honest, I didn't care. Actually, I do emphasize with you. The title of senior professor would be quite burdensome. Anyway, it's an honor to be deemed worthy by the university magic Tower's magicians. Are you listening? After monologuing for a while, Helm, who finally seemed to have grown tired of it, wrinkled his nose bridge and placed his hand on the middle of his forehead. I'm not. TSK. You seem busy, so I'll add just one last word. I looked over his shoulder at Ganesha. She was gone. Right, left, by the door, by the window, she was nowhere to be seen. That important person just disappeared. No one in this world will look upon you favorably if you continue pretending to be so noble, you know? Falling in rank isn't so uncommon among nobility. So stop your nonsensical research on the creation of pure elements. In that instant, I felt the heat rising up my neck. I lost Ganesha because of this guy, but that mayonnaise bastard doesn't stop and keeps on whining. Yes, Professor Deculein. Hell's awaiting you, so please do smile as much as you can. Now. Also. One word had already stretched into dozens. If I just stood still, he'd continue until I'd die of old age, so I approached him one step closer. Let me say something. I'd advise you to. As I looked down on that yellow and white face, I put his mouth to his ear. Then I slightly whispered. Stop being so nosy and get lost. You rotten cheese bitch. This could be a death flag, but it sure felt refreshing. A natural smile appeared on my lips. Helm would have hated the original Deculein anyway. This, what? Rotten cheese? You just. I shall leave now. I spare away, leaving that overbearing bastard behind. I barely escaped from Helm, but there were still many people that wanted to talk to Deculein. Many nobles rushed towards him as if they had been waiting. I heard about the incident. Iliad's Sylvia quarreled with some obscure nobleman's child, right? But then, Professor Deculein appeared like a hero. My son told me everything. He. Just hearing him talk about it made me feel so excited. I wonder how the students must have felt at that time. Oh, my son's name is Senior Professor Deculein. Do you have time tonight? They told me many things. There were those fishing for information, those that were just concerned, and some that said things that came close to temptations. My head hurt after a while. The sweet smell of desserts and those awful perfumes seemed to weigh on my senses, because of that useless heightening of my senses, including my sense of smell, caused by the trait, Iron Man. I just got tired of it, so I looked for an empty spot with no people. I climbed up to the 3rd floor, which held few people. I leaned against the window frame in the hallway to catch my breath. Professor Deculein? Someone called out my name. Looking back, I was greatly surprised. It was Ganesha, the person I had been looking for. What are you doing here? She approached me, looking at me with round eyes. Did Deculein and Ganesha originally know each other? I had no idea. I replied without showing any expression. I got lost. Oh my. You know how to joke now? Weren't you waiting for me? Well, Deculein had enough ties with Ganesha, all right. I glanced at her as she walked up next to me, apparently mistaking my glances. Ganesha smiled as she put her hands together. Still, I do feel sorry about that mission back then. However, I've already returned the advance payment and even the penalty fee. So can you cut me some slack? As I just stood still, Ganesha pursed her lips and puffed out her cheeks while she swayed her pigtails from side to side. All right. While I was sailing around the archipelago, I saw a child with huge talent. Just what the professor was looking for. I can't say it's magical talent though. It was a girl. I looked up at the sky outside the window, not saying a word. Before I knew it, it had already turned to night and the blue moonlight shone on the windowsill. Ganesha followed my gaze and continued. I'm sorry I couldn't bring her to you. No, I'm sorry that I didn't. I've grown attached to her. I just couldn't give her to the professor. I could understand the whole story, even without using my understanding. Being aware of his own magical deficiencies, Deculein intended to enslave an easy-to control and gifted child who he'd used to build up some research results instead of him. He entrusted that task with Ganesha. By the way, Professor, how long do you plan to live like this? I was still looking out of the window, my eyes fixed on the moon. When I didn't give her an answer, she took a cigarette out of her pocket and posed a question. Hey. Could you light this up for me? I don't want to. It's not that I don't want to, I can't do it. I haven't learned ignition yet. While Ganesha pretended to sulk, I opened my mouth. I intend to live differently now. Huh? Really? Ganesha moved the cigarette from her mouth into her hand. I nodded without looking at her. That's unexpected. I thought you were going to kill me. Actually, I was here to see you as well. This sure is amazing. What's so amazing about this? I ran away without a word and you didn't even send someone after me to kill me. Ganesha's pigtails fluttered. Flap flap. That's probably how she expresses her surprise, but that sure was annoying. You worry too much. Ganesha was one of the best named characters in terms of combat power. As one could witness by how she was able to move her hair freely like this, she trained her body to the highest degree. She possessed the traits, 1,000 rivers flow into one, and of course the famous adamantium body. She was a named character that could literally kill someone with a single hair. Who would send someone after this kind of monster? Someone crazy, that's who. Are you all right, Professor Deculein? Ganesha asked. Her right pigtail was slapping my shoulder. If you just came here to see me, go back. I raised my feet and walked towards the stairs. I came to build a connection to her, but I already had one. That meant, I didn't have a reason to stay in this hall any longer. Ganesha spoke behind me. Oh, can I? Can I trust you? Will you really not do something to get rid of us? Of course, the great Deculein family was strong enough to put pressure on the Adventurers Guild. Ganesha violated the Adventurers Guild's faith and refused to finish the mission without a reason, so it was justifiable. Or the advent of a downfall. Of course, she was very much a crazy one as well. So I just continued to walk. I could still feel Ganesha's gaze behind me. Did he eat something wrong? Is he maybe sick? Or is it because he's freshly engaged? Just what's wrong with him? Even though she was quite far away from me, I still could hear her murmuring. Then, the thick and acrid scent of tar flowed in. It was as if someone lit some fireworks. For Sylvester. It was then. A villain's fate, death flag avoided. Reward acquired, store currency +1. What is this? A villain's fate had been triggered. However, the other day it said overcome and now it's avoided. That meant that the conversation I had with Ganesha just now was also a death flag. Oh. The chocolate is flowing out like water out of a fountain. Julie opened her eyes wide, seeing the current hot item of the socialite world, the chocolate fountain. Riley, look at this. It's amazing. Then, a relative, Riley, who stood by her side, grabbed her by the arm and dragged her away. Ah, for Pete's sake. Stop this and come here. Why do you do that whenever I say something? It's not like I want to do that, but your words are just too crude. Night, Julie, please. Save your face. You don't have to pretend to be surprised, just look at it calmly. Calmly. I didn't even want to come to this place originally. Julie glanced at Riley curtly before focusing on the chocolate fountain again. Bubble, bubble, bubble. It was interesting seeing the chocolate gushing out like that, but she'd rather eat the chocolate itself. Dark chocolate. A type of sweet that makes one's taste buds dance with joy. What's wrong with a helm? However, beside the chocolate fountain, in a corner of Julie's view, she spotted a livid Helm by himself. Who knows? He was just talking about something with Professor Deculein. Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? Deculein, Ehelm, Sirio, Rappel, George, etc. Also known as the continent's golden generation, were all of the same age and Julie's seniors at the Imperial University. Deculein was pretty much no different from those times. Ehelm, however, was like a parasite, always sticking to Deculein's side. However, due to some incident, they completely fell out with each other. By the way, how are things these days? Riley asked sensibly. What do you mean? With Professor Deculein. There's been a lot of talk going around these days. Rumors spread quickly among high society. What one said in the morning would be known even by the lowest nobleman's dog by evening. Riley asked openly, knowing how much she hated him. After all, she also hated Deculein as much as Julie. It's never good. She answered in a quiet but clear voice. Perhaps everyone in high society perked up their ears just to hear these words. However, is this also a trick of fate played by the social scene? Deculein, who had been away for a while, appeared from the stairs to the second floor. His exquisite appearance had fantastic timing. That guy. He still looks the same. I heard he's 33 now. Why isn't he getting older? Deculein was an aristocrat possessing looks and style that were welcomed in any social circle unconditionally. Even those who hated Deculein had no choice but to admit that. That's why Deculein always remained until the very end of social events, showing off his dignity. However, he was behaving strangely today. He was walking towards the exit. He even had his jacket on already. The nobles were blankly watching Deculein deviating from his usual behavior. Talk, talk. The loud sound of footsteps echoed through the splendid venue. The crowd of nobles cleared the way for Deculein. Many questions arose in everyone's mind left behind in this quiet place. What is Deculein doing? Is he trying to go back? Already? He's leaving already? But it hasn't been long since the sun has set though? Why? Oh, was it because of Julie? Everyone was just blinking at such an unexpected situation. Deculein went out the door, leaving behind total silence only interrupted by the bubbling sound of the chocolate fountain. No matter how long they waited in that hall, he didn't return. Deculein's sudden departure seemed to coincide with Julie's remark. With this, the party began to heat up with this gossip as its firewood. Side quest completed, attend the social event Flower of the New Year. Store currents plus 0.5. Current store currency balance, 4.51. The servants looked at me in surprise when they saw me returning before sunset. Looks like I got home much earlier than they expected. I asked the servants if there was a spacious, unfurnished space, such as a warehouse, somewhere around, to which a middle-aged maid guided me hesitantly. On the expansive side of this mansion, there was not only the main house where I stayed, but also the mountains behind it, an ornamental forest, a garden and the servants' quarters, as well as an abandoned building that had been used as a warehouse. Previously. How dirty. The warehouse was about half the size of a soccer field, but it looked like it hadn't been used for a long time and was full of cobwebs and dust. I didn't bother covering my mouth and acted as if the dust didn't bother me. Just the act of covering my mouth with my hands or coughing after inhaling the dust was against grace after all. Is there anyone outside? I straightened up and sent my voice out. The servants quickly ran in. Clean this up. Also, bring the metal ingots to this place. Yes. I watched them cleaning with my hands behind my back. Deculein's servants were excellent at cleaning. They were able to clean this huge space to perfection in just 15 minutes. The steel ingots are here. If you want any furniture delivered. They also brought the ingots with them quickly. It was stamped with a seal, proving that it got airlifted from the smithy. It's fine. Go rest now. However, if I haven't called for you or given you permission, do not enter this place. Yes, we understand. The servants stepped back without showing their backs to me. After confirming that they had completely left, I took off my clothes and hung them in the air one by one. This was called the psychokinetic hanger. I dropped a steel ingot on the floor. Then I used basic metal bending that I learned the other day. The steel my mana touched soon elongated and soon took on a familiar form, a metal bar. The moment I grabbed the bar and was about to start exercising. Just in case, I used Midas touch on the metal bar. I poured in 300 mana points, the most I could. Metal bar. Description. Metal bar made using bending magic. Support has been improved using Midas touch. Class. Equipment superset of fitness. Special effect. If one were to exercise with this device, one can expect better efficiency. Midas touch, level 3. It increased the efficiency of training. It had indeed a special effect fitting of the category fitness. A very versatile trait. Satisfied, I reached out with both of my hands and grabbed the bar. Keeping my pose, I straightened out my arms and started lifting myself up. 1, 2, 3. My arms trembled and my hands slipped off. I did 3 chin-ups. It was frustrating. I used to be able to do it 5 times, but I couldn't. No. I could. Maybe it's because I haven't worked out in a while. Well, even with the trait, Iron Man, I was only focusing on magic. How could I have been so stupid? Fortunately, my muscles recovered quickly, so I grabbed the bar again. Now for the second try. 1, 2, 3. Going beyond 3, 4, 5, 6. A total of 6 times. The numbers increased dramatically. With just one set, my physical abilities had significantly improved. This was the effect of Iron Man. In just 2 sets, Deculein surpassed Kim Woo-jin in athletic ability. That's rather embarrassing. I didn't know whether I should laugh or cry. I smiled and reached out for the bar again. Chapter 11. Rumor 3. The next day, I went to the University Mage Tower early in the morning. Blackened fire. I alternated between Alan's syllabus and the various magical books scattered on my desk as I sat on my office chair. I was still clueless about how I should go about teaching the elemental properties of magic, so I was trying to establish the direction that I should proceed in. This can explain the pure elements. One of the most difficult areas of magic for the wizards in the Mage's Tower was this. Pure elements. If I would compare it to modern science, then this would be similar to explaining pure mathematics. And among the various topics in mathematics, only calculus had the advanced process that could pierce through the limits of the subject. And for pure elemental magic, the blackened fire boasted a difficulty that was bordering on heinousness. At least it was not at a level where debutantes could understand. It was unexpected, but it seemed like I could understand blackened fire easily. It was not an application but just something pure. In other words, understanding could work optimally in a straightforward process like delving deeper in just one field. Of course, comprehending the topic did not mean that I would be able to acquire it, but after I picked on blackened fire as every corner, I would use it as a textbook example so that they could understand pure elements easily. I think that's enough preparation for the class. After I finished writing the script, I covered my lecture organizer and called for Alan with the crystal ball. "Alan, come over here." 5 seconds later, Alan opened the door as he stood in front of me. Yes, Professor." Alan came quickly, but he looked extremely exhausted. The dark circles under his eyes strangely resemble that of a panda's. "Do you remember what I asked you the last time?" "Yes. It's here." Alan rummaged through the pockets in his robes and pulled out a brochure. It was an auction catalog. The snowflake obsidian is listed in written auction houses list that will go on auction this Wednesday. I asked Alan to look for auctions where they auction off rare ores. Skimming through the catalog, I saw the mineral called snowflake obsidian at the bottom of the list. It was one of the top 10 minerals in this world. A setting that even someone like me knew. Above this, dragon bones, dragon horns were items that were above legendary and mythical. These were items that could not be bought even if one had money. So, theoretically, snowflake obsidian was the best and strongest that you can get. Good job. Tell them that I will participate in the auction. Yes. Yes. I understand. Alan bowed in understanding before going back. For your information, I have already checked the amount in my personal account. The account and card system was already invented in this world. 205,238,039 there exists. The balance on my account was at least 200 million elms. This was more than enough. It was a personal account, so it wouldn't matter if I used everything inside. In the first place, the Deculein family had lived in such fraudulent land, so their money was definitely very high. After all, they were people who would make a lot of money in sports even if their grades were very bad, since they have good connections. Come to think of it, Alan is just a graduate student. I felt a bit sorry for him once more. Alan was just a graduate student in an ordinary university, but the things that I had ordered him to do was something that was extremely personal. To make matters worse, the reason why Alan's dark circles were getting darker by the day was because all of the mages that shared the work with him quit last year. And because Deculein's personality was revealed, most of the wizards in the Mage's Tower never volunteered to work under him. If I compared it to modern times, then Alan was not only doing the work of all the graduate students, he was also doing the work for the professor's private affairs all by himself. If I compare it like that, then it's already serious. If things kept on going on like this, then I would either be stabbed to death or Alan would be overworked. I believed that I should be nicer to Alan in the future. Let's pick some people. That, Professor. Just as I was thinking about that, Alan came back inside as he handed an envelope to me. An official letter came from the Mage's Tower just now. Right. Then you should get off work now and relax. Yes. Yes. I ripped off the envelope, which looked unnecessarily antique, and looked at the official letter that was kept inside. A hearing will be held 6 months later to check and audit the progress of the research. The creation of pure elements and the 4 affiliated magic based on it, that is. Conducted by Senior Professor Deculein. Please prepare the relevant data by then. This was the quarter where I could be wrenched out of my professor position if I made A mistake. This was quite an important event, but has Deculein ever worked on magic before? If that was the case, then where was the research conducted and where were his findings? Research Institute. Deculein's private laboratory was quite dirty. Of course it might be because I wasn't able to come here not long after I became Deculein. But I don't think there's anything here. I searched the laboratory for anything at all. I even used my telekinesis from the ceiling down to the very corners of the room. I have already dug up most of the places in this room. All sorts of things, including a cloud of dust, flew everywhere, but no matter how hard I looked, nothing came out. I did not know if they burned it or if they had never done any research in the first place. I stopped using my telekinesis as I stood up and looked at the inside of the room. A uselessly large space, spider webs on the ceiling, a reagent bottle with some sort of liquid decaying and rotting inside, a pencil that's rolling around, and a mana extractor. If I could explain it in one word: mess. Everything was a mess. There were even golden bubbles puffed up from certain tiles on the laboratory's floor. That's it. I flipped the tile without even using my finger. The tile flipped upside down and there was a lump of feces covering the area like a lid. This was the perfect defense mechanism to prevent Deculein from finding this. Of course, I also felt dizzy for a moment since his personality affected me too, but I easily got rid of the dirt with my telekinesis. At the bottom of the compartment, a briefcase filled with what I assume were old worn-out papers. The briefcase was buried under a mixture of fecal matter and dust. This was definitely not Deculein's work. Perhaps, instead of Deculein, it was those mages' work. I placed the briefcase down on the floor as I opened it up. Crumbling pieces of poop splashed everywhere. I felt dizzy for a moment, but I endured it to check the contents of the briefcase. And just as I expected, there were a bunch of documents inside the briefcase. I brought the papers to me using my telekinesis and held them in my hands. There was a subtle smell of poop wafting from the papers. I'm glad that I'm wearing gloves. A magic circle. Approximately 70 pages of the documents were techniques. I knew that everything was about magic, but everything was encrypted. This won't work. I interpreted the magic circle using my understanding. As my mana got used up, every single line was revealed starting from the very first page. Just like that, the contents of the magical documents were released. I even had to close my eyes for a moment to adjust, since a golden light suddenly shone brightly to the point that I almost got blinded. The light that came from the document filled the entire laboratory, and it seemed like the room was not enough to contain such blinding radiance. It seemed like the contents of the research were very great. However, it did not look like it was completed. There were tears on the pages, empty paragraphs, and completely incorrect logic. I gently held the documents, careful not to break them, when I suddenly saw an accessory at the corner of the briefcase, in the corner of my eyes. It was a pendant. The pendant had a picture held within it. The picture was already faded with its corners all worn out. It was a picture of a father and a daughter. The father's face was broken and shattered, but the child was smiling brightly, just like a normal naughty child. The child even innocently held their hand out in a V shape. Looking at the child closely, it seemed like I knew the face of this child. The child was still too naive, too cute, and too young, but I was sure. Ifrin Luna. Perhaps this was the mage Luna's enmity with Deculein. Don't worry. Although my heart felt a bit bitter, I still muttered under my breath. My understanding would be able to organize, interpret, and assemble the scattered strands of your research. It would also be able to discover and calculate more insights into the things that you have not yet thought of. In the end, I would be able to develop this research topic more completely. If I'm able to complete the research that way, then I'll put your name in as co-author. It was unfortunate, but I couldn't just post it under your care. I also need to keep my track record. I placed the documents and the pendant in my own briefcase before coming out. At the same time, wizard freshmen were chatting at a cafe, Light and Coffee, located in the university. I think we should stick together. What I meant was to start a club. Each and every one of them were all dressed in robes with a gourmet dessert and coffee in front of them, except for one. Ifrin was the only one drinking water. She just looked at the cake that entered the mouths of her classmates under the pretext of not liking any sweets or coffee. There are only 30 commoners and one should be the lead this time, right? If we don't stick together, then we might end up experiencing something unfair. These were the words of Julia, one of the wizards in the same year as them. She was an orange-haired bourgeois commoner. Ifrin, you're going to join, right? Huh? Ifrin, who was quietly sipping her water in a daze, was flustered by her sudden suggestion. No. Ifrin, you should definitely be there. Julia's coffee cup clattered down as she spoke. You fought and stood up against Sylvia, right? I was extremely happy when I heard that rumor. You know what kind of person she is, right? She's totally a princess. Ifrin smiled bitterly. Ever since the big fight that day, rumors had been spreading like this, and Sylvia had become some kind of leader for the nobles while the leader for the commoners was herself. She was a decent aristocrat herself, but they omitted this fact themselves. But we need to have a professor's permission if we want to do something like this. They would not like for us to get together like this. A shy, timid and cute man, Ferret, mumbled to himself. Julia also nodded her head as she pouted her lips. That's true. That's our biggest problem. The club that they wanted to form was a club that was for commoners only. They liked the idea of fighting for their own rights, but getting permission from a professor would be hard. It was essential for them to create a club, but most of the professors were nobles. Of course, there were professors who were also commoners, but once they were appointed as professors, they would become honorary nobles and they would start to pose like real nobles. How about Professor Deculein? Ferret's eyes widened. He looked like he agreed that it was a good idea, but Julia just shook her head. Don't you know about the rumors about that fat professor? He's famous for being exceptionally nice to nobles. I also heard from our sunbays that he will not accept nor entertain commoners if they go to him for a complaint. Ah. Really? I thought he was a good person though. Right? What kind of world are we living in these days? They discussed which professor would be a good choice. But it seemed like there weren't any big-shot noble professors that would help them in creating this commoners club. No, there were very few. Of course Professor Deculein is out of the question. A man named Rondo muttered quietly while Ifrin's body trembled at the mention of his name. That's right. That professor. Julia's eyes suddenly widened in realization as her fingers flicked in the air. At least that professor ignores both commoners and aristocrats equally. Isn't that being fair? What the hell is fair about that? Ifrin wanted to slowly get out of her seat, but she couldn't. The table was filled with coffee and dessert, so she had to eat at least one. In the first place, I got involved here because I went to get my spoils of war. They're children of bourgeoisie, so I'm sure that they'll just leave those behind. But if I don't eat this, then I'll have to starve today. Ifrin. You should ask. Then, there was a spark. Ifrin, who was thinking about the cakes, bit her lips tightly as Julia continued to speak. Ifrin, you heard the rumors, right? I heard that you did not get any disciplinary actions. Thanks to Professor Deculein. Huh? No. that professor, that person? It's just that things ended well for both of us. Is that so? Then. My head hurts. Let's decide who we're going to ask later. Then. Shall we go? Julia stood up as she swung the club creation plan in the air. I've been waiting for this very moment. Ifern smiled bitterly while shaking her head. Sorry. I don't have time, you guys go first. I'll treat you guys to a midnight snack tonight. Huh? Ifi, what did you say? Midnight snack. They don't have any sense, so they'll probably order a lot of things. If that's the case, then the midnight snack is more of a big deal than these cakes. In the first place, she wasn't that picky about the taste. All she needed to do was to fill her stomach. And if there were leftovers, then she could probably take it to the dorms. I'll only help with writing the plan. Ifern changed her words as she smacked her lips in anticipation. The group came out of the cafe and headed back to the tower. Julia kept on looking at the paper in her hands while she mumbled to herself. First off, if I made it off like it's not a club for commoners, then they'll definitely tag it as cheating. It's more complicated. Huh? Julia, who was scratching her head, stiffened when she saw something. And it wasn't just Julia. Everyone stopped thinking about what they would eat for their late night snacks. Well, except for Ifern, the rest of them stood still like trees trying to breathe. On the same road, far ahead of them, there was a person who stood out anywhere and anytime. He had such a perfect walk, and he was more noble than any other nobles in the world. He was walking along the same path as them. Ifern. Please. Huh? What? The midnight snack menu? Julia suddenly handed the plan over to Ifern. What the hell? Why are you suddenly giving this to me? Then, she pushed the bewildered Ifern on the back as hard as she could. Yeah. Ifern bounced off without knowing anything. And not long after, she stood in front of someone. The person was so tall that the only thing she could see for a moment was his chest. At that moment, wind blew around them and the scent of a clear and refreshing forest surrounded her. The clear and clean scent that wafted to her nose suddenly made her feel nervous. Ifern slowly raised her head. Gulp. She tried to swallow the lump in her throat. The sight that opened up in front of her was a perfect suit, with a noble tie and a badge made with pure gold that announced his title, followed by a neat collar and a perfectly sleek jawline. And finally, his face. Deculein. He was looking down at her. Ifern stared at him in a daze as he stared at her with a gaze that glowed coldly like a frozen jewel. Chapter 12. Rumor 4. Guh. Her heart beat as if it was about to explode and her mind went blank. All her plans have gone down the drain. Ifern tried to somehow sneak back. You're in the way. Move. However, there was something wrong with these words. Why are you telling me to move? Ifern bit her lips and raised her face. Then, she held the paper out straight. She was going to do it with one hand, but she ended up doing it with both of them in a very polite way. It was a fiasco. Deculein was still looking at her with cold eyes. Ifern took a deep breath and calmed down her racing mind. Just at that moment, she promised herself something. These arrogant eyes, if not now, one day, I'll definitely gorge them out. I'm planning to create a club. However, we need the signature of an advisor. Although she didn't receive a response, a situation that would make others blush in embarrassment, Ifern continued speaking. We'll never bother you or anything. It's just that the other professors wouldn't agree to something like a commoners' club. So, just the signature. Ifern used up all her energy just to say that. Her stretched out arms were shaking. Deculean's silent pressure seemed to crush her. However, something unexpected happened. Deculein took the paper Ifern handed to him. Without saying a single word, he just stretched out his hand and took it. Huh. Ifern let out a sound signifying her surprise. Deculein read through the plan. She was nervous. She was scared that he'd just tear it up saying something like, "How dare you try to trample over me?" She was already hearing the sound of tearing paper in her ears. However, Deculein took out a fountain pen out of his pocket. She was nervous. She thought he'd tear the paper with his fountain pen, mocking did. "You expect I'd sign it? How dare these filthy commoners dash?" However, Deculein signed it with his pen. She was nervous. She thought he'd just tear up the paper after signing it, saying in his icy voice, "Did you really think something like this would happen?" However, Deculein did not. All he did was hand over the fully signed document. "Please write down all the details later and send them to my office." "Yes?" Then he walked past her. While she was staring ahead in a daze, his sense slowly seemed to fade away. Ifrin just stood there looking at the club creation plan. There was a signature on it. Deculein's signature. "Let's not let our guard down just yet. Maybe he put a spell on it so that it tears itself apart at a later time." But even as Deculein got further and further away until he only seemed like a dot, the paper remained intact. Wow. Awesome. Only then did the other students, who hid away, come out again. "Wow, you got his actual signature. Ifrin, you're really courageous. Look. I was right. That professor doesn't care whether they are commoners or nobles. He ignores everyone equally." Everyone was laughing and making a fuss, but Ifrin wasn't in a good mood. "This is the worst." Without meaning to, I, once again, begged for sympathy. She got angry. The heat was spreading throughout her whole body. She wanted to ask Deculein, "Why do you keep being so generous towards me? I don't need any of that petty sympathy and pity you feel for me. It's rather funny. Do you really think you can soothe me with these cheap feelings? No, if you were really sorry, why don't you just confess all your wrongdoings to the whole world and apologize to my father? Iffy, you're going to join, too, right?" Julia asked tactlessly. Ifrin clenched her fists and turned around to look at her. "I won't. And you, if you push me like this one more time, we're going to have some serious problems, got it?" Although she was coldly pushed away, Julia was already focused on something else. "Ah no. What are you saying? Iffy, thanks to you, we were able to create this club, so you're going to be its manager. Are you crazy? What the hell is she doing?" Ifrin shook her head in exasperation. "Hey. I obviously said no dash. But. Right. We'll celebrate, so let's get something good. Do you want to go to the store?" My. Got a Rohawk boar airlifted to him. Rohawk boar. Ifrin never had boar before. No, it's not very common for anyone, not only Ifrin. Boars are so high class. They're so much better off than me, who grew up only chewing on perilla leaves. It's said that as soon as one bit into that meat, juice would come bursting out and the meat is softer than any other meat in the world. Iffy. You're coming, too, right? No. I'm not going. Ifrin still had her pride. She pouted her lips and pretended to be angry when Julia put her hands together and bowed her head. "Oh, I'm sorry. Were you surprised? I was really flustered, too. Don't be like that, let's go out together, just once." Ifrin was grateful for that request. "Then I'll go. But don't do something like this next time." "Oh, of course, let's go. I thought you had good intentions, so I deliberately dash." I know, I know. Let's go, let's go. Julia started walking with her arm intertwined with Ifrin's. Then, Ifrin, pretending to get dragged away by Julia, arrived at her family's restaurant. Pig Flower. The food of this restaurant with a luxurious signboard and interior was delicious. Delicious and delicious. Especially the enchanting taste of the roahawk boar meat. It was so good that she didn't want this taste to leave her mouth for the rest of her life. On the last Thursday of March, in a detached building of the Deculein estate. In this place that got completely remodeled as a training ground, with no sunlight. Entering, I brushed back my wet hair. My whole body reflected in the mirror was covered in sweat caused by the intense training I kept up for a long time. If it were the former me I wouldn't have cared, but because of my changed personality, it felt like bugs were crawling all over my body. Tack. I used a common type of basic magic. Since it was just a 3-stroke magic, I could manifest it just by flicking my finger. Its name was called Cleanse. It's a temporary method to use before actually showering. It gathered the sweat and dust from all over my body and removed it. I roughly cleaned myself with that and looked at the watch. 6 a.m. It's been about 2 hours since I woke up at 4 a.m. and 5 days since I started exercising at dawn daily. I looked at my body using a full body mirror. The results of my exercise were clearly visible. The muscles all over my body were sculpted practically and perfectly, not too large or too small. I didn't look much different than those sculptures. This was definitely thanks to Iron Man. I didn't have any difficulty doing the exercises. And even if I had muscle pains, I'd recover quickly. With just 1 or 2 months of steady effort, I could easily surpass even NFL or NBA players who are said to have bodies packed with pure athletic ability. Now for the next routine. Sword control. I took out my main weapon I requested the blacksmith to make the other day. However, there wasn't only one. There were quite a lot. Exactly 20. They were made of wood steel. It was one of the finest metals that inherently had the same color and weight as wood, but was harder than steel. The armament that was produced was, in 2 words, a sharp octahedron. It's about half the size of my forearm and was similar to a shuriken, but it didn't have a handle and both sides of the black blades were symmetrical. The weapon was sharp on all sides, making it very efficient to handle with. Psychokinesis. Not only could I easily stab, cut, pierce, puncture and attack with it, in case of emergency, I could use it defensively as a shield. Anyway, it roughly was like a shuriken. It'll be my main weapon until I could buy alabaster. Of course, I planned to process the alabaster in the same way. Arise. At my word, the 20 shuriken rose up. Goo. A number of the shuriken quickly flew about, but they collided with each other, shaking violently. Kong chong. Tang. King. Chink. The roof and pillars were smashed, so I quickly reduced the number to 10. I still wasn't used to this either. The metal called wood steel was extremely high quality. 5 of the 10 shurikens slanted to the right and the rest slanted to the left. 10 shuriken were crossed in the air as if they were building a match tower. I wondered if I could move them more precisely as I reduced the number. And so I tried. Let's speed up. Ting. 2 shuriken hit each other and bounced off. One of them cut my shoulder. Shit. I mouthed and held back. However, just then, another one soared towards me and stabbed me in the thigh. It hurts like hell. This time it hurt so much that I couldn't stand it. This disaster was created because the speed of each of the 10 shuriken was different. Thanks to that I got to feel their destructive power with my own body. I almost got myself killed in an almost funny way. Hup. I pulled out the shuriken in my thigh with a sharp breath. Blood flowed out, but there was no treatment needed. I was an Iron Man. Whether it's mana or stamina, my recovery speed was superhuman. One more time. Before the wounds on my thigh could heal, I recalled the 10 shuriken again using my mind. Ching. One of them suddenly flipped and stabbed me in the shoulder. It hurt like hell. However, I didn't do such a thing as clench my teeth, scream and open my eyes wide. No, I couldn't. I wanted to spite out every swear word I knew, but they just wouldn't come out. Something the likes of a shuriken. Rather, I got angry. How dare a shuriken, a mere weapon, refuse to obey my control? You've chosen the wrong opponent. I'll do this until I succeed, I swear. This guy's characteristic, competitive, got activated. Wasn't there this famous saying, why learn by book if you can learn by body? The more my body got hurt, the quicker my proficiency would rise, so I had nothing to lose. That day, I was cut exactly 108 times and got stabbed 13 times before I finished my training. Of course, this match wasn't over yet and I still had enough resources, but I had no choice as my lecture started at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. The Towers Class A lecture hall. Unlike the previous class, there was a different tension than that time in that spacious lecture hall. The cause were Sylvia and Ifrin. This was the first lecture after the two of them fought. After all. Ehem. Ifrin tried not to pay attention to Sylvia, but her eyes continued to drift towards her, while Sylvia didn't even attempt to look at her. Almost naturally, the class was split into factions. The commoners seemed to support Ifrin and the nobles seemed to belittle her by Sylvia's side. In the midst of this uncomfortable, hostile atmosphere, Cat-chack. The door to the lecture hall opened and Senior Professor Deculein appeared. He was perfectly dressed as always. Ifrin unconsciously clenched her hand around her pen. As soon as she reached her room yesterday, she recharged her anger by reading her late father's letter, so just looking at his face made her feel complicated. Deculein climbed to the podium of the spacious lecture hall. He adjusted his clothes as usual, and then laid down the lecture materials on his desk. Nice to meet you. Everyone reflexively greeted back to that elegant tone. Today's lecture will pertain directly to the understanding of pure elements. The magicians opened their readers. Today was an ordinary indoor lecture, so everyone brought a book called Understanding Elements written by Deculein with them. By the way, Ifrin couldn't buy it because she didn't have money. As all of you know, elements are the basis for almost all magic. However, there are still many magicians who confuse the difference between type magic and pure elements. For example, attribute comes first, and type comes after. For example, the act of making fire. That in itself is a pure element. The act of expelling the fire that has been created. That is part of the destruction type. So today I want to teach you this magic. The magician's hands were busy. They tilted their heads and flipped through the reader. None of the things written in it had anything to do with today's lecture. Tack. The lights of the lecture hall were extinguished with just a snap of his fingers. In the dark a magic circle and its name appeared. Scorching fire. Huh? Everyone was surprised. Scorching fire was one of the most difficult of all the pure elements. There's nothing to be surprised about. I'm not telling you that you have to learn this magic. Compared to this magic, your skills are lacking. Scorching fire is just a textbook example. Deculein calmly continued the lecture. As you all know, 8 strokes would be enough to create ordinary fire. No sooner had he said these words, flames rose into the air. It was Deculein's magic. His flames flickered with unnecessary grace. However, scorching fire needs 88 strokes. Fire. Without sound nor shape. This upper intermediate level magic used for genocide and arson required 88 strokes. Purely for ignition. If one wanted to use it offensively, one had to add 60 more. Did any of you ever wonder why that is? Just because it's a strange sort of fire? Or is it because pure elements are a mixture of control and illusion type magic? Everyone just blinked. But why is it classified as a pure element, not a type, when it's just a mixture? What on earth are these pure elements? So many questions. His lecture had a strange attraction to it. You must have lived without harboring such questions. Theories are just ingredients. After all, and you must have learned magic through your intuition. Then the fire spread to the ceiling. It was red. But soon it turned blue and then completely black. The 150 magicians just blinked blankly. You must clearly and completely understand the formula of the pure element fire. Before long, a much simpler magic circle was projected. It was just the 8-stroke fire. From that point on, a number of magicians, Ifrin included, who were only watching up until now, naturally took out writing tools. Sylvia, on the other hand, remained stubborn. I have nothing to learn from you. Whether it's theory or intuition, you can't teach me anything. It was because she was still sulking. Take a close look. You can change the color of the flame by adding these 2 thin strands to the fire circle. Red 1, blue 2 strokes. Adding 4 strokes will make the fire bigger. To make the fire even more destructive, it needs 4 strokes. By the way, fire, with 7 strokes added here, will cause it to suddenly flow. The flames flowed down like an illusion. It seemed like magma. The fire was really flowing. By then, Sylvia, who had been trying so hard to ignore the lecture, became a little restless. Her hands were itching at the unexpected content. That's not it. Deculein's lecture was extremely theoretical. Elites, or geniuses, usually use magic by intuition. The theory just set the frame, so one had to fill in the details using one's own senses. If magic was only all about the theory, then all magic would have already been copied and pasted into that mold. Sylvia didn't fall out of that category of geniuses. Her properties were origin and not elemental in the first place. She had no knowledge of these complex theories pertaining to pure elements. Also, if one were too biased towards theory, one wouldn't have enough time to learn actual magic. Each line has this and this much mana. What function does this circuit have? What function does that circuit have? If one wanted to understand all those things, it would take more than a year to memorize a single magic, and it would become harder to use it in praxis as well. Well then, please take a look at these 7 strokes again. This could be called a contradiction. To be counted as an elite, one had to have great intuition. However, such elites couldn't explain what they understood intuitively. Therefore, in order to teach well, one had to be well versed in theory. However, those who are outstanding in theory were not elites, as they were buried in theories, or because they lacked intuition to implement magic above the intermediate level. That's probably why professors were kind of half and half. They gave the young magicians enough theories to build a stable framework so that they could get a sense for it, but they were only able to explain magic using intuition. Deculein wasn't like that. These 7 strokes, added to the magic circle, make the dire flow. However, this circle is likely similar to something you have already seen before. She seemed to know what he'd say next. Water. Since the property of the water element got magically separated from it and added to fire, said fire seemed to flow like water. This was the combination of 2 pure elements. Indeed, this formula is an attribute of water. Fire and water. This combination of pure elements is very difficult to implement, but if one knows the principle behind it, one can easily understand it. At that moment Sylvia felt goosebumps rising up her back. It was a strange experience because this subject was rather unexpected, and it's been so Unfamiliar to her as it's been so long since she last felt this. Right now I am learning. I feel like I'm learning from Deculein. The only problem, however, was that Sylvia didn't bring any writing tools with her. It was because she was deliberately being stubborn about not planning on studying any of what was said here. In other words, who'd have thought that Deculein, who was so jealous of the talented new magicians, would prepare such a lecture for them? They thought he'd only brag about himself. Everyone in Class A was concentrating on Deculein as if they were possessed. They are all taking notes, except me. She was getting anxious. I can apply this lecture much better than all of you. I can learn much more deeply. Why? Was I studying alone all this time? The anxious Sylvia carefully stretched out her fingers. A female magician next to her had left her pencil case open, so she slowly was stretching out her fingers like a spider, stalking her prey. At that moment their eyes met momentarily. The student quickly went back to focusing on the class, however Sylvia was overcome with shame that she got caught in the act. Sylvia, who was struggling, clenched her teeth, and nearly expressed her distress through her magic. She had to be careful not to let waves of mana explode from her body. The mana that originated from her abdomen quickly rose through her veins and escaped through her fingertips. It was just blue, but soon it took on a variety of colors and took the shape of a long, blunt writing tool. It was a pencil. Therefore, the properties of scorching fire are very complex. Wind was shaking silently. What rose up without form or shape was smoke, that is, fire and water. A combination of three properties made up scorching fire. It's pure elemental magic because the pure forms of fire, water, and wind were combined to create it. Now, let us simplify scorching fire. Let me show you what calculations one needs to implement. Sylvia was absorbed in this lecture. For the first time in such a long time, she poured her everything into listening to the voice and observing the face of a professor she could call a teacher and his teachings. One day, I might recover some of those pure feelings I thought I had lost when I was very young. Chapter 13. Auction 1. That's the end. Find out about the rest with your own understanding. The lecture finally ended. After 3 hours of class, Deculein left the room without looking back. Sylvia hesitated to follow him out. She had a question that she wanted to ask, but her pride did not allow her to do much. Sylvia just continued to sit down as she started meditating and pondering theory and intuition. There were only a few professors that could have both, so she did not necessarily need to cling to Deculein willingly. And she believed that theory was only a frame. And even that was only a wavering standard. Magic was ever-changing, just like the flow of mana. It could not be tied to theory from the moment it was born. Imagine if your mana quality suddenly changed inside the dungeon or a barrier. Theory was bound to falter. What if a mana storm suddenly happened in the middle of a magic spell? What if you were in the face of a mana disaster? What if you were in an unstable and imperfect area right after a mana explosion? Could theory still remain constant and unwavering in the face of such a sudden shift? I don't think so. For wizards, theory was something that was incomplete. A theory that had always been correct would be proven wrong in just an instant. Depending on their levels, a new theory might be needed for each of them. Therefore, the thing that most wizards ought to pursue was to perfect their own intuition. Their senses that would reach the peak would soon reign supreme and become the new law. Sylvia sat for a while before looking at her notes. She had faith that her intuition could also solve theory. This was her answer to her own belief that she could save herself without anyone needing to teach her. A small triangle. Then, a large inverted triangle that enclosed and surrounded it. And a circle that embraced the two shapes inside of it. this was water. A pure element that consisted of 6 lines and 1 curve. And the combination of fire and water. Deculein's explanation replayed in her ears as she continued to think fiercely. She could take advantage of the primary colors to explain the framework of this theory. A combination of pure elements could easily be drawn just like a painting. Theory is just the path in my process. I am the one who is walking, so. It was a disaster. A mage's note. And just like she had expected, ordinary art notes have limitations. To express a magic formula as well as the techniques flow to a certain extent, one needed to have a mage's note. That was where one should transcribe their notes relating to magic. The problem was that her senses couldn't maintain these 3 primary colors for long. Of course, her pencil could last forever as long as it stayed in her hands, but the graphite of the pencil that stuck on her notebook and formed her handwriting would start to scatter in just an hour. On the contrary, the lecture ended with her filling as many as 60 pages of her notebook. Even if she got her hands on a mage's note, everything would disappear in the middle of her copying spree. Sylvia looked around. There was no one else around her. The room was now empty. All of them were motivated to learn after hearing Deculein's lecture. She blinked blankly as she stared and agonized over her pencil and notes. However, no answer came to mind. Sylvia couldn't help but murmur to herself. Oh no. If this continued, the notes that she had written would all disappear. She knew that the loss of the contents was inevitable even if it was transcribed in a mage's note, but this was still a tragic fate if she couldn't find a solution. And the answer to her desperate situation was just asking questions to the professor. Directly or finding someone who was diligent and good at taking down notes. Ifrin just finished her 3 hours of review while sitting at the 3rd seat of the mages. Library's row A. She looked at the clock blearily and saw that it was already past midnight. I never thought I would do something like this. She mumbled blankly as she stared at her notes. Organized notes for Deculein's lecture. She bought a notebook instead of bread today just so she could record and transcribe the lecture. Well, I heard it wasn't like this before though. She sighed as she stretched her body on her seat. In other words, Deculein's lectures have long been notorious. People have said that his lectures were explained well at first glance, but in the end it was all about him bragging. If one did not buy the book that he wrote, you should get 5,000 elms, then it would be difficult for you to do well in his exams and homeworks. That was the reason why. The application for the subject was relatively wide even though it was a lecture by a senior professor. But that was not the case at all with Deculein's lecture today. She wanted so badly to force him down, but the qualitative level of the lecture was vastly different compared to the other professors. It was a really great help. In fact, Ifrin was not really aware why a pure element magic was called a pure element. It was because she did not attend the academy and she has only been learning on her own with her magic theory books. Ifrin's brain was tickled. To put it simply, Deculein had filled her blank space of ignorance with his lecture. Injured pride. No, it doesn't hurt my pride. Wouldn't it be more humiliating if I absorbed the knowledge that you imparted and became stronger than you? That's right. That should be correct. Hiya. Ifrin, after convincing herself, stretched her body once more. On her way back to the dormitory, she saw plenty of undergraduates eating hot dogs on the street. Looks delicious. Ifrin rummaged through her pockets and realized that she did not have a single penny left. It was because she bought a note with the money that she set aside for eating. 4. A college wizard, using the special note mage's note for writing and transcribing, would cost a huge amount of money. Oh. It's Ife. Ife. Then, someone from behind her called out to someone weirdly. Ife. That Ife should definitely be me. No. Why would you shorten my name without asking for my consent? Ifrin looked back with a glare. Daphne, a woman with light pink hair, was a debutante in the first mage department. That woman was currently rushing to where she was. Ife. Ife. Weren't you taking Professor Deculein's class? Yeah. Why? She's not even close to me, so why is she calling me that? Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, Daphne still smiled at her as she continued to ask her bluntly. That. Did you take notes? Yeah? Ifrin tilted her head at her. No, it's on the wizard's board today. Senior Professor Deculein's lecture was very good. So I'm looking for it now. And if you have notes, I'm willing to buy them. Just copy them for me. Buy. Money. Notes. Copy. She will buy my notes with money. The words that could let Ifrin eat today had caught her interest, hook, line and sinker. But I'd love to, but you know me. I was at the disciplinary committee not too long ago. I couldn't even take the class properly because I felt very weak. She did not want to reveal the fact that she reviewed Professor Deculein's lecture so hard that she became weak. Ah, really? Then. Well. It can't be helped. Daphne frowned as Ifrin laughed bitterly. Sorry. I'll have to go to another commoner then. Bye. Then, she left quickly. As she left, she heard her murmur something along the lines of, they really couldn't hold on to the luck that's rolling in on them. No, seeing that you're going to find another commoner, are you just looking for someone who doesn't have any money? But I'm not a commoner, I'm a nobleman. Does that mean that I look like I have no money? If you had asked me one more time, then I would have gone and done it for you. Gruel. Ifrin walked while clutching her empty stomach. Walking like that, she felt surprised at the scene in front of her. She even bumped into another person on the street. Huh? It was a blonde wizard with a robe that was made out of velvet. Whoever it was, they were definitely someone from a great aristocratic family. But when she looked up at the person, it was Sylvia. She stood still as she stared at her in the middle of the street. Ifrin suddenly felt a chill when she hesitated about whether she would go around her or not. The only thing that she did was to stop and keep herself at a safe distance. What are you doing here? Ifrin asked her, but Sylvia remained silent as she looked at the notes in Ifrin's hands. Excuse me? She stared at her with her laser-like gaze. Grab. Then, she reached out quickly. Ifrin hid her notes behind her at the spur of the moment. What the hell? You Sylvia did not give up when she failed once. Just like a crane, she tried to snatch the notes away from her. Her hand swung fiercely thrice that she couldn't help but step back. Ifrin looked at her dumbfounded. No. You. What the hell? What are you doing, for real? Did you become a gangster? Sylvia did not say anything. She just smacked her lips in regret before turning around snappily and leaving her behind. Her figure that disappeared into the dark looked like a ghost. Wow. That's creepy. What the hell was that? She's not a psychopath, is she? Just to be sure that she wouldn't suffer from another attack, Ifrin hurriedly and carefully returned back to her dormitory with her notes tucked securely and safely in her arms. Gruel. Her growling stomach almost shook the dormitory's hallway with how loud it was. Sigh, for the first time in history, a wizard will die of starvation. For real. If someone would just give me food for free, then I'll work hard to make a lot of money for you. She was lucky enough that the dormitory and the tuition were free. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. She trudged in the hallway as she grumbled about her sad fate. Eventually, she stood in front of her own room. Wow. This is so childish. Ifrin murmured with a sickened tone to her voice. Her door was filled with red graffiti. Who do you think you are? Dare to mess with me? You're not even from the academy. You lowlife. Get the hell out of the mage's tower. You moron. These were definitely the works of some of Sylvia's supposed fans. A group of wretched people. Really worthless. TCH. She erased the words on her door with her magic before entering inside. Then, she saw an envelope lying quietly on the floor. In just one glance, she could tell that it was a certificate of sponsorship from the university's Mage's Tower. This is a bit smart. Her heart sank for a moment before it started thumping hard. For someone to talk about sponsorship with her. I'm sure that it's a nut job in line with the Iliades and Deculein's house who's trying to annoy me. Although it was a bit smart, she thought that they could do something a bit smarter. However, even though she did not show it, it was already heartbreaking for her to hear rumors about her being a beggar going rampant in the university. Mage's Tower sponsorship certificate. Target, debutante Ifrin Luna. Amount, 100,000. There exists 100,000 ounce? Isn't this guy completely crazy? Knowing that no one would sponsor her anyway, Ifrin had set the maximum amount of sponsorship, which was at 10 million ounce, on her form. But someone sponsored me 100,000 ounce? If you're going to do it, then do it properly. It looks too sophisticated just to be a forgery. What the hell? Did some crazy nut job forge some of the seals? She thought that she should report it right away. I should be able to get the prize money then. Thanks, kid. You're dead. Ifrin's mouth turned into a nasty grin as she immediately headed straight towards the magic administrator that was near the dormitories. Excuse me. I came to report this. Report? The staff at the counter tilted their head in confusion instead of typing. Yes. Someone forged it and left it in my room. Forgery? Yes. They even forged a seal. I think it was because they were trying to tease me. Yes. Yes. Let me check. There's something like a reward, right? No. There's none. Ifrin waited while she scratched her neck in embarrassment. And just like that. After 3 minutes. Ifrin looked like her spirit had escaped from her body when she stepped out of the administration building. She was clasping the certificate of sponsorship in her hands. This? She looked again at the certificate of sponsorship that was clasped tightly in her hands. This is a dream, right? 100,000 ounce. She slapped herself harshly on the face. 100,000 ounce. She felt her cheek throb at the pain. 100,000 ounce. It was really 100,000 ounce. Stop. Ifrin stopped on her tracks as she felt the chilling breeze. Then, she looked around as she tucked the certificate safely in her arms. Someone might see it. Bet I have 100,000 ounce. Maybe a thief will come to steal my 100,000 ounce. I should quickly go to the bank. Ifrin, who was trying to sneak around, couldn't help but squat down on the side of the road. She couldn't move anymore. Something that was coming from deep within her chest was disturbing her movements. KGHHK. Ifrin buried her face on her knees while she gritted her teeth. Unknown emotions ran rampant in her head that wanted to escape through her mouth. She tried to put up with it, but she couldn't do so. Cook. Did you want to tell me that it's still worth living in this world? Was there someone who recognized my talent that they ignored the higher-ups' grip on? Me? But how would she know? She knew nothing. Cook, Kiet. She suddenly let out a sound that no one would know if it was similar to an animal's cry or purr. A strange cry like that rang loudly in the street. Ifrin remained in that position for quite a while as she cried, unable to force her tears. To stop. The first weekend of April. On the day when the auction would be held, I arrived at the city of Written in my car. I came here to purchase the snowflake obsidian. We have entered Written. We will arrive in 5 minutes. The driver informed me of our time of arrival. Okay. Good work. When we arrive, you can relax while waiting for me. Yes? Ah, yes. Thank you very much. The streets of Written were sparkling brightly. This was one of the richest commercial cities in the empire. Although it was not much compared to the modern world, there were still plenty of high-rise buildings, and some of the roads were lined up with luxury halls and jewelry stores. We passed through these splendid streets as we headed towards our destination, the auction house that was built on the shoreline. Rutenskatsinsel. I could read the language engraved on their signboard without any difficulties. With the motif as the Sydney Opera House, the Skatsinsel was a splendid building. I arrived at the entrance of the auction house. In other words, I got off on the ground that led towards the sea. I was quickly escorted by the auction house's attendants. It was a bit hard to move since my entire body was filled with wounds since I trained with my shurikens back in the mansion. We have arrived, Senior Professor Deculein. I entered through the VVIP-only passageway and arrived in the waiting room. I will come back and guide you separately when the time for the auction to start has come. Please rest comfortably. I nodded my head as I sat on a chair to kill time. No, I was actually going to, but I ran into an unexpected person. A mysterious and bright ash-gray hair that stood out anywhere together with a knight with white gloves. I did not know the reason why they were wearing armor in the auction hall. Well, it did not matter to me anyway. It was none other than Julie. I never thought that we would meet at the auction. She stood in the middle of the waiting room before looking at me and trudging towards my direction. Her gait and posture was definitely a knight's walk. I greeted her politely. This time, I heard that you sent 2 wizards to the disciplinary committee. That was right, Julie was the one who came to talk to me first. I just stared at Julie and felt that she was just here to meddle in my affairs again. Your ears are quite slow. It seems like you have just heard of that. I may be slow or not. I just heard it yesterday. Is that true? That's right. Are you going to say that it was also my fault? Julie looked like she was left speechless. It was hard for her to say something since she was not aware of the situation. So her lips opened and closed before speaking again. They are debutantes. They are freshmen who have just entered the Mage's Tower. Filled with dreams and hopes. Do not put them in despair. Do not repeat the past. One day, karma will come back to bite you. This is the last piece of advice that I will give to you. Last. The word was no different from an end. Julie was already determined. As a matter of fact, the same was true for me. No matter how wonderful and beautiful this night was, I did not want to get married to someone here when I did not even do that in the past. And I did not want to joke around at all. Entering the wedding hall with her would definitely kill me. There were a lot of death flags surrounding her. In particular, Julie's uni was even more extreme than her. You should do that. I nodded my head. This meant that I was affirmative and that I wanted the conversation to end. Julie also bowed to me as she left. While looking at her leaving back, curiosity suddenly reared its head. But did you come to this auction house just to say that to me? What? You're wrong. Julie turned around quickly as she shouted loudly. If that was the case, then that was fine. I was going to read my book in silence, but Julie came up to me and added a few words. You're wrong. This meant that I did not come for you. You're delusional if you think that I came to see you. I just nodded my head. Julie gave me a doubtful stare before finally stepping away. She wandered around, came back and murmured, "I swear to God. I have things that I have to do here. I already know. I understand it even if you say it once. Aren't you being too dismissive of people who have the trait understanding?" I cut her off decisively and Julie just pouted her lips before leaving. She was the one who misunderstood me first. But her quibble was quite cute for no reason at all. I was quite surprised when I realized that I was smiling. No way, were you telling me that I also received Deculein's feelings for Julie? Of course, whenever I see her, I never felt my heart flutter nor did I feel my head getting dizzy, but at that moment, we are notifying the VIPs who are visiting the Scatzinsel that the auction will begin now. We advise you to please follow the instructions and guidance of the attendants. Thank you. The announcement from the loudspeaker heralded the start of the auction. I rose from my seat. Before entering the auction house, a small claw grabbed the back of my collar. "I don't think that you understand, so I'll tell you one last time." "I already understand. You did it the last time. And I know that this time, you're trying to spread idle gossip. In high society. I'm not spreading anything. Believe me. I'm not here to see you. You're wrong. I already understand." As we entered the auction house on good terms, we soon sat on our own seats, far apart from each other. Chapter 14. Auction 2. News about Deculein's actions swiftly spread throughout Heidkane, the capital of Yuckline, by the second. What? Now? In the auction house? Uriel's eyebrows furrowed. Deculein had already flushed away 10 million elms from the estate's finances last year, yet he had already entered another bidding. She couldn't believe it. He didn't seem satisfied by the havoc he already caused. "Yes. I believe the auction is currently going on as we speak." "I see." Hearing the butler's dispassionate reply made her feel nauseous. Since she was acting as the actual lord of the Heidkane castle, she tried her best to minimize their expenses. Hence why she found such actions incomprehensible. "All right. You may go. As you wish." Slam. Fuck. As soon as the butler left the room, Uriel slammed her hand down on her desk. She then forcefully opened up a whiskey bottle and poured some into a glass as anger boiled up inside her. "Is that the reason why he asked for funds to purchase the mine? Has he gone insane?" Gulp. She emptied the glass all at once. The alcohol burned her body up, but it made her head, which was ready to burst, cool down. "Arg. Gerarg." Uriel screamed out of frustration. "For fuck's sake." Seriously. Aside from etiquette, she was confident that she was far more skilled than Deculein in all areas, including magical affinity, administrative talents, cultural and industrial understanding, and even morals. Yet Deculein was the one made Lord of Yuckline. And it might stay that way for as long as they drew breath. Why? Her parents believed in Deculein's talents to such an extent that they decided on their successor too soon. He was a gifted child, that much was undeniable. After all, he managed to understand collegiate-level magic at the age of 10. However, that was his limit. It could be likened to his height, which had already gone beyond 160 centimeters when he was just 10 years old. That made everyone believe he'd become a tall and well-built man. To their surprise, however, his body stopped growing at that age. Simply put, he wasn't gifted. He just developed prematurely. It was for that reason that her parents once told her that they regretted it. They regretted their decision. "You should have become the Lord instead of Deculein." That line was beyond anything she imagined. Fuck. Regrets always come at the end. It was too late. There was no room for it to be undone now. Her parents had already passed away, leaving him on the throne of Deculein indefinitely. Uriel realized such a reality was unfair, but there was nothing she could do. Deculein resembled her father, and she resembled her mother, who became his father's wife only after the first one, Deculein's mother, passed away. That made it crystal clear that Deculein would become the Lord. The situation was abhorrent, but there was nothing wrong with it. She understood that that was bound to happen since it was the natural course of events. However, she still found it too cruel of a fate to suffer. She could have done it better, way better than that asshole whose expertise revolved only around his extravagance. I miss them. She chugged the entire bottle in a matter of a few short moments. It didn't take long for its effects to kick in and for her to become drunk. Uriel laid her head on the table as she mumbled emptily. Why did they have to pass away so early? It had been 7 years since their passing. Since then, there had been several moments when she wanted to feel their embrace even just once more. No, she desired it as frequently as her weeping, almost every single day. However, she was 26 now and the deputy of the Lord. She had been carrying out Deculein's duty as a member of the Deculein family since her melancholic younger days. That bastard is a real pain in the ass. Bang! 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 Instead of crying her heart out, she hit her desk over and over until she had enough. She then let out a determined sigh. Well, he wouldn't spend that much. She hated excessive expenditure as it went against her dignity. Her emotions were telling her to abandon that dignity and etiquette, however. Fucking bastard. There was a time when she asked for his affection. She was even proud of his existence. Then. But Deculein was always cold and oppressive towards her, and he insisted on making her practice etiquettes that didn't suit her. Of course, Uriel tried her best at that time. Although she wasn't as well-spoken as him, she still wanted to win his affection. And so, she wore dresses that she found inconvenient, held onto the book of etiquettes in her tiny hands, and always followed after him. He ignored her, pushed her away, and yelled at her, yet she thought his actions were reasonable. She was the child of their father's second wife, after all. She was just a worthless being who grew up with so much savagery that she could no longer maintain her dignity or be taught anything. However, time proved that he was the one far beyond acting as a noble son of a bitch. Uriel became strong as she gave up on winning him over. She even reached the point where she could now swear right to his face. Although some couldn't tell whether she had actually grown stronger or was broken down, there was no doubt that she could manage Deculein all by herself. She was satisfied with it, and for 7 years, Deculein developed as her land. Now, all the vassals of their land acknowledged her as its lord. She took comfort in that fact and, in the corners of her heart, she knew she was proud of it. The auction house of Rittenskatzinsel was known for its elegant aesthetics. The edges of its seats were made with the red velvet and golden craft admired by the nobles, and the auction platform shined bright as if it was made out of pure gold. It was the perfect embodiment of the red and golden festival. Surrounded by delicate fragrances and aristocratic laughs, I looked at the auction catalog that was hung at the armrest of the VVIP seat. Long ceramic pots, necklaces, scissors, rings, relics, findings from the historic sites, and the snowflake obsidian. Many artifacts were useful to wizards aside from the last item I noticed. Checking its price, I found out that it ranged from 10 to 30 million. A reasonable price to pay. I'd like to say a few words to the fine ladies and gentlemen of the Rittenskatzinsel's auction house. Soon enough, the voice of the auctioneer resounded throughout the hall as the lights went off. The chattering started to cease. The gelid icebergs that seemed to have been there forever finally melted, followed by the rise of green seeds across the lands. He went with his opening as items were carried to the top of the platform. Yes. Spring has begun, and this item here shall be the first to be presented in our spring auction. It looked like a plain ceramic pot at first glance. Take a closer look at its fine curves. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the flower vase of the East, crafted by the Far East master craftsmen of the Aegean Sea. It comes with a document from the master craftsman of the Ceramic Pot Association certifying that it is of the finest quality. The starting bid for it is 500,000 elns, with 50,000 increments. At first, I didn't have any interest. However, my intrigue was piqued the longer I stared at it. The ceramic pot was emitting light. There was no need to doubt it. The hunch from the man of great wealth was always correct. Number 37 with 550,000 elns. Number 693, 600,000 elns. The first auction went on fiercely, but I only focused on that light. Its brilliance grew denser as I took a closer look. Number 37 with 650,000 elns. Now our distinguished guest, number 993. Number 37 650,000, number 993 700,000, number 1038 750 000, the price stopped at 1.3 million elns. Now, number 1413 with 1.3 million elns, are there any more bidders? Then I'll say the price 3 times. 1.3 million elns. 1.3 million elns? 1.3 million. Its price was 1.3 million elns, and the balance of my account was 200 million elns. There was no reason to think further. I touched the small crystal ball that was placed on the armrest of my seat. Here comes our noble guest, number 777, with 1.4 million elns. The auctioneer acknowledged my bid. Number 1413, 1.5 million elns. Number 1413, who called for 1.3 million, struck back. I pressed the crystal ball without any hesitation. Number 777, 1.6 million. Number 1413, 1.7 million. 1.8 million, 1.9 million, 2 million. The light from the pot didn't flicker even once while the price was soaring up. Number 777, 2.5 million elns. Will there be any contenders? I was certain. The value of that ceramic pot was way above its current price. I could sense it not just through my sight but also through my instincts. That was the ability of the man of great wealth. In other words, I was destined to be rich. 2.5 million elns. For any last-second bidders, I'll be announcing its current price. Thrice. Number 1413, who had been meddling with my endeavors, grew quiet. That was only natural. There was no way he could outbid me, who possessed 200 million at my disposal. Was this the power that I had never felt before in my entire life? They called it the power of wealth, and at this moment, I was the personification of a great sovereignty. 2.5 million. 2.5 million? 2.5 million. Sold to number 777. I had purchased the ceramic pot. Clap, 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 clap. I waved my hand lightly in response to the applause from the nobles, as per proper etiquette dictated. Now, let us bring in our next item. It was also something that I had to buy. Was this auction special, or did all other auctions resemble this one? No, perhaps my ability made a mistake. No, that wouldn't happen. I had confidence that it would bring me wealth no matter what happened. This is the Ruperen's ring, crafted by master craftsman Ruperen. This helps the circulation of the wearer's blood and mana. Its price starts at 800,000, with 50,000 Increments. I was in agony while observing how the auction was proceeding. There should be no need to think this through. Number 603, 1.5 million elms. The increment will now be raised to 100,000. Ah. Number 777 shows up at this moment. My decision was close to absolute confidence, I didn't need to worry. The 200 million was the money in my account. It was my money, so it shouldn't matter even if it disappeared. Hence, I invested as much as I could while sparing enough money to purchase the snowflake obsidian. Number 777 again. Rupert's ring, 3 million elms. I kept believing in my ability that was yelling at me this would be a successful investment. In any case, I still had Midas' hand as a backup plan. This was my chance to become the real man of great wealth. Rupert's ring, sold to number 777 for 3 million elms. I won Rupert's ring as my second item. The auction event moved on. 2.1 million elms. Are there any higher bids? Rucho's scissor, sold to number 777 for 2.1 million elms. But, except for the item's name and its price, the words of the auctioneer. 4.3 million elms. Are there any higher bids? Ancient rune tongue necklace, sold to number 777 for 4.3 million elms. Remained the same. 5.5 million elms. Are there any higher bids? Dark floor carpet, sold to number 777. For 5.5 million elms. Number 777. Deculein. Julie had never been to an auction in her life. She lived thriftily and with simplicity all her years. She had grown so accustomed to that lifestyle that she became lost to thought and agony when she bought a single fur coat. That was why she had been using the same coat she received as a graduation gift 10 years ago. However, number 777, 4.3 million elms. Is there any higher bid? As expected, Deculein didn't seem interested in acting economically at all. Ancient rune tongue necklace, sold to number 777 for 4.3 million elms. He bought 7 out of 10 items as the auction continued. His frenzy caused the entire auction house to feel pressured. Tisk. Julie shook her head. His prodigality was envied and admired by others, but to her, it was just pathetic. This moment showed how different they were in every way. Their ideals were too far apart from one another. That was the very reason why they couldn't understand each other no matter how hard they tried. Julie definitely did her best to do so in the beginning. As part of her duty as a knight, she had determined to give it her all to love her husband. She also knew she shouldn't defy the will of the family she served. But Deculein thought her love was something that could be bought, and he treated her in the most derisory way. Everything went wrong, even on the day of their engagement. Their first meeting was only the start of her misfortune. I guess you're here to find an accessory. At that moment, the noble next to her struck up a conversation with a gentle smile. Julie's shoulders shrugged, already anticipating such a question to arise. Yes. The snowflake obsidian, also known as the fire of winter. It was a rare metal that contained both heat and cold. Its existence was magical, making it difficult to control. Mere blacksmiths could neither forge nor refine it. It's time for me to acquire my own sword. She had her own greed for a sword as a knight. Well, it was widely accepted that, as a knight, being cheap towards one's swords was wasteful. And she knew that saying was somewhat correct. Swords became more valuable as the wielder's mana imbued into them over time. That process was known as communion. She decided to focus only on the snowflake obsidian with that reasoning, making her decision to attain ownership over it a non-lavish act. Moreover, it was well known that she didn't possess a sword of her own. Hence, people would simply perceive the Situation as knight Julie finally acquiring her own weapon. The same would go for the noble sitting next to her. Well, your skills as a knight are famous even in the Empire. Your interviews with the Knight's Journal never cease to amaze. I just spoke about my convictions and beliefs. Julie nodded elegantly. Even if it was just flattery, she felt pleased when he mentioned reading the interview, but she knew she shouldn't carelessly display her emotions. As expected. Your husband. He isn't my husband. At that moment, Julie's eyes narrowed sharply, and the noble laughed awkwardly. Before shuffling away. 5.5 million elms. Is there any higher bid? Dark floor carpet, sold to number 777 for 5.5 million elms. Deculein threw his money away ceaselessly. His overwhelming aura drew people's attention towards him, and to her as well. She was officially his fiancée, after all. Her face began to redden, but she had no choice but to hold on until the event was over. Her goal was to buy the snowflake obsidian. She had already confirmed that the allowances and salaries she deposited into her account since the day she was born reached a total amount that far surpassed her expectations, allowing her to believe that she could purchase it. Julie steadied her heart, giving it her all to ignore the word number 777 that kept echoing through the auction house as she maintained her posture through deep breaths. Chapter 15. Adult 1. This day feels extremely bitter. I didn't even know what the name of the noble next to me was, but he kept speaking to me while his body trembled so violently that I could feel the aftershocks. The price you'll be paying for that item is already equal to my entire net worth. I didn't mind. Man of great wealth gave me the hunch that it was worth the net value of two celebrities combined. Its potential alone could be classified as beastly. I had already won 11 out of the 24 items to be auctioned today by the time we reached the halfway point of the program, so I felt ecstatic about it. The next item on our list is tranquility. I had no intention of getting involved from this point on. All the items that followed the ancient rune tongue necklace fell short of my standards. Additionally, I had to ensure my budget wouldn't go below 90 million elms, 3 times the snowflake obsidians estimated worth of 30 million. For as long as I had that amount, I was certain that I could successfully secure my objective. Locorn's horn. The following bidding wars that ensued were tranquil compared to the ones I participated in. Even the regular nobles, who were treading carefully, sneakily, participated in the auction to enjoy the peace and serenity they finally obtained. At least until the item I came here for was brought to the platform. The imperial sword that had served its user greatly throughout history. Known as the magic of nature and the fire of winter, the snowflake obsidian had finally appeared. Its initial price was 5 million elms, with increments starting at 200,000 elms. The first number to bid for it was number 1089. Hashtag 1089, 5 million elms. I looked at the inhabitant of seat number 1089, who appeared gallantly. I thought the back of her head looked familiar. She had her shiny hair pulled up into a ball and bore white armor as if to display her identity. Julie. Her eyes were determined never to back down. Julie joined the bidding with enthusiasm. She did so despite not knowing anything about auctioneering, but she held on regardless. Winning the item she desired proved difficult since everyone had their eyes on it. The price skyrocketed quickly to 10 million, 13 million, 17 million, 19 million. Hashtag 1089, 30 million elms. Would anyone like to go higher? Few. Thankfully, the majority gave up when its price reached its predicted value of 30 million. Feeling a surge of optimism and satisfaction, Julie thought she'd be spending less than she initially planned. Hashtag 777, 31 million elms. However, an unexpected competitor appeared to contend against her. Julie's eyes widened as she looked for number 777. Sitting in the VVIP section, which wasn't far from her, he exuded an aura of haughty elegance. Deculein. Feeling her gaze on him, he looked back calmly. The man was as cold as usual. Indifferent to everything and everyone, yet she still felt as if she knew what was going through his mind. Hashtag 1098, 32 million elms. She quietly bid with a clenched fist, having no intentions of backing down. The same was true for her opponent. Hashtag 777 again with 33 million. At that point, the bidding war revolved only around them, with everyone else fleeing from the carnage. Whenever Deculein raised its price, Julie retaliated immediately. The people in the auction house were filled to the brim with excitement as their fight stretched out. Cheers and exclamations echoed throughout the hall like background music, for they knew that such a duel between Deculein and Julie was nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime event. Hashtag 777, 37 million elms. Deculein didn't look bothered by that amount. On the contrary, however, Julie's hands were starting to shake. Her balance was slowly running out. She hated losing, though. Hashtag 1089, 38 million. She desperately added yet another million to the price. Without a moment's delay, Deculein deflected her offensive with ease. Hashtag 777, 39 million. Julie visibly winced. The hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone watched her next move with bated breath. The item's price had risen so much that it was now worth the same as a mansion, making the desire to surrender dawn upon her. However, she persevered. Hashtag 1089, 40 million. Another round of silence sank in. Deculein remained still for a moment as he thought, with his eyes closed. Julie wants the snowflake obsidian for herself. Will she hold it against me if I win? More than holding a grudge, there was a chance she'd become a. There's no way. Deculein no, Kim Woo-jin believed in her personality. Still, he wasn't desperate for the medal like she was. Who? Meanwhile, as Julie waited in anguish, her anxiety disheveled her thoughts. Her shoulders heaved ceaselessly, and she remained breathless. As always, she openly showcased her emotions through her body language. Only 30 seconds had passed, but she felt she had been waiting forever. Hashtag 1089 is now the new owner of. Feeling relieved, she put her hands on top of her knees, quietly and peacefully enjoying her victory. But their battle wasn't over yet. Hashtag 777, 42 million elms. Aha! Julie screamed and glared at him, but the people in the hall were already so worked up that they didn't notice at all. Ugh! With clenched teeth, her hands still trembling, and her lips and eyelids twitching, she closed her eyes and hung her head down. She didn't want to admit defeat but was left with no other option. She could feel that unpleasant feeling of helplessness all the way to her bones. She had no money left to fight with. I'll repeat its current price 3 times for any last-minute bidders. 42 million, 42 million, 42 million elms. The owner of the Imperial Sword, the Snowflake Obsidian, is now number 777. He had ascertained his hard-fought victory, yet he remained calm about it. There wasn't even a hint of surprise in his expression. Clap, clap, clap. The auction house's honored guests applauded him, and he answered with a dignified look. Let us move on to the next item with this excitement in tow. Of course, the auction continued, but nothing caught Julie and Deculein's attention anymore. The items showcased in the auction's latter half were of no value to Deculein. But he waited for the event to end with utmost dignity regardless. Julie's body was still quivering, and her face remained red, which he found worrisome. When the auction finally reached its conclusion, Julie immediately hurried out of her seat and was about to leave. However, someone blocked her way. Deculein, with his crystal blue eyes, was looking down at her. Congratulations. She didn't want to speak to him or even hear what he had to say, but he prevented her from leaving. Did you want the snowflake obsidian, too? Huh. Her heart squeaked for a moment. Within a split second, her emotions were thrown into disarray. Julie had an idea of what he was going to say. The worst memory she had, the day of their engagement, played back in her head. I can give it to you if you want. I'll do whatever you wish. That was what he told her back then. One day, the item she was willing to give everything up for would be displayed before her. What she felt wasn't happiness or bliss. She only felt insulted. However, the real humiliation was yet to follow. Since Julie left Deculein, rumors spread out like mist. Rumors that a distant flower had finally been picked by Deculein spread at least to some extent. That Julie was promised the Knights of Hadecane. That she was the one who wanted their engagement. Such words were a disgrace to her faith. Did he approach her now, thinking she would go back to him because of the snowflake obsidian? That was foolish of him. No matter how much she tried, he was someone she could never possibly love. This time as well. I'm sorry. What the hell do you want, huh? Deculein turned around. What was he apologizing for? He left immediately, leaving her staring blankly at his back. Though she felt puzzled, relief coursed through her as he left. It wasn't a repeat of last year. Huh. She sighed deeply. It was over. The snowflake obsidian was finally auctioned out after 3 years of waiting. She was looking forward to it. But she didn't expect it to be taken away. Not by that person, no less. Why did Professor Deculein buy the snowflake obsidian? A voice soon reached her ears. I've been wondering about that as well. Nobles never seemed to know when to stop talking, almost as if their job was to spread rumors. No, it wasn't just them. Everyone was chattering in the waiting room about what just transpired today, just like a year ago. She knew they were going to utter words she didn't want to hear. It's a gift for his fiancée, isn't it? Julie clenched her teeth. Ho ho ho. Perhaps, but he could have just surrendered and let her win if that were the case. You know his personality. I think he wanted to give the sword to her himself, which is why he went that far. She knew she shouldn't judge them based on what she just heard, but they sounded so sure of themselves. The snowflake obsidian couldn't be used alongside magic. Its inner mana was too strong that it could only function as a sword. It was also forged of a complicated metal that no one could wield without first gaining its permission. Even then, they'd have to swing it thousands of times to create a connection with it. Why in the world would Deculein, a wizard, buy it? Julie stopped yet another deep, soaring sigh from escaping. I'm jealous of his fiancée. She'll be receiving a gift worth 40 million elms. Even a necklace worth 40,000 elms would be enough to make me feel honored. Exactly. I can't believe the Frieden family is still uselessly pushing and pulling. She should grab onto him and never let go while she still has the chance. Their gossips, speculations, and assumptions were about to drive Julie insane. Passing through the crowd of people, she immediately ran out of Scatzinsel and was soon met by a path filled with a sea breeze. Julie curled up from the chill, calming her wavering heart as she breathed slowly. It's okay. I shouldn't let them affect me. They're nothing special anyway. There was no need for her to be swayed by words that weren't even true. I'm already used to this. I shouldn't let myself be shaken any further. Not long after, a car approached her, and one of its back doors opened. Julie. A familiar voice echoed with the winds. She turned her head to face its source. Sister? Smiling at her was the eldest daughter of the Frieden household, Josephine. I knew it would turn out like this. Hurry up and get in. Her older sister's beauty was different from Julie's. To her, their charms were on entirely different dimensions. Josephine's bobbed hair was far silkier and smoother than any she had ever seen, and her distinct and elegant features made her look shabby in comparison. What are you still standing around there for? She felt uncomfortable being around her sister due to their many differences, but she still wordlessly climbed into the car. Josephine, who had as much influence in high society as Deculein, if not more, was the only person she could rely on for support in this situation. Julie was certainly a good person. As far as I was concerned, she was a long way from the villain's fate. No death to her now. I confirmed that at the auction house through a certain intuition from my naked eye. It was pathetic to worry about her retaliating against me for taking the snowflake obsidian away. I've suffered so much. I truly did. Did the kind-hearted Julie just try to kill me? I saw a new side of her from that game we played. Just how much had she lost her mind there? We're here. As I pondered over my thoughts, we finally arrived at the mansion. Good work. Thank you. Please have a good rest. I checked my watch, finding out that it was already past midnight. Climbing out of the car and walking through the garden, I immediately noticed a commotion taking place. The attendants, who gathered anxiously at the mansion's entrance, ran towards me as soon as they saw me. My lord. My lord. Miss Uriel. I'll handle this. I went upstairs without further inquiring about the situation. The servants followed and opened the door for me. I was greeted by a living room filled with moonlight. Standing in the middle of it was a dark silhouette, who turned to glance at us as soon as the door opened. Even though her face was covered, I knew it was Uriel. I was going to ask why she was there, but she spoke before I could. Her tone was dry, almost cracking. The money I entrusted to you was supposed to pay for the Zarin mine acquisition. Did you really have to spend it all like that? Tears were falling from her eyes. I felt a prick of conscience, but I didn't show it. Was that why I thought I had more money in my account than I deposited? I found having 200 million nothing short of the ordinary, considering I was supposed to be wealthy. Anyway, it was an honest mistake. Don't worry. I purchased something that will benefit us. I wasn't lying. I only bought items that would rise in value from the auction house. Using Midas's hand, I planned to unlock their potential before selling them. We'd be earning 2 or even 3 times the low price I paid for them. I didn't think she would listen to anything I said right now, though. A tearing sound rang in my ears. After shouting, Uriel began breathing heavily like a rabid beast. You keep treating me like I'm some sort of garbage. Her voice trembled as much as her body did. Who do you think cleans up all the shit you leave behind your path? I was flustered. In my short life, I had never experienced this much anger directed toward me. The times have changed. People worked day and night, even sacrificing their sleep, for the money you just wasted, you crazy bastard. Benefit? Bullshit. Are you suffering from a gambling addiction? Dark red energy enveloped her entire body, signaling the manifestation of the villain's fate. But at the same time, she also emitted a golden light. The man of great wealth was beginning to manifest. You. The contradiction was easy to explain. If I didn't settle the situation, Uriel would become the reason behind my death. However, if I managed to resolve this, I'd reach a huge financial breakthrough. I knew what the answer to this predicament was since I knew what she desired. You don't have to worry. Stop spitting out nonsense. What I feel has gone beyond worry, you idiot. Stop shitting on us every time you get the chance, you damn shithead. She threw a tantrum, her tears and spittle splattering all over. I can't believe this is how I'll be spending the rest of my life. I couldn't even finish college because of you. Fuck, I've never even had a proper relationship. You don't have to live this way. What do you mean I don't? After our parents died, what have you done for the household, huh? All you do is fool around and ruin our finances. Oh my God. I can't believe you lost 150 million in one day, you fucking idiot. I'll give you my seat as the head of the household. You piece of shit. All you do is make things hard for us. Stop shitting on everyone. Uriel's abusive language slowed, then halted entirely. She looked like she doubted what she just heard. Confused, her eyebrows rose as she tilted her head sideways. What, just now, what did you just say? I, Deculein, was the head of the House of Deculein. However, I knew what awaited me at the end of that path. Just now, what? If Deculein returned and became the Lord, the best ending we could hope for would still be dangerous. Even in the first game, Deculein was a professor and not a lord. Hence, passing over my seat as the head shouldn't be a death variable. And even if it was, I still had no plans on playing SimCity. Listen carefully. I'll only repeat this once. The original head was Uriel. In the game, Deculein was known as Professor Deculein. In the second half of it, Uriel had always been known as the Count of Deculein. Therefore, there was no need to complicate this problem. My position as the head of the household. It was something I had no need for. On the contrary, it was no different from a death. Even if I didn't give it to her now, she'd snatch it from me in the future, considering it was hers to begin with. I'm giving it to you. From me to you, my little sister, I voluntarily put it in your hands. Huh? Surprised, Uriel didn't know how to react. Chapter 16. Adult 2. I'm giving you my seat as the head of the household. Uriel grew speechless. Her lips had stopped cursing me entirely. I found it adorable. The way she blinked in confusion, her mouth puffing as she tried to make sense of what I just said and reply to me at the same time. You're lying. Ariel spat the words out, barely managing to compose even that short sentence. Your manner of speaking still has no class or elegance to it. That's a lie. That's a little better. See? That's a lie as well. I shook my head at her reply. She still seemed unable to believe me. I don't lie. Only then did her hands start to shake. Her eyes began roaming around the room, seemingly looking for something. Pen, I need a pen and paper, memorandum, write a memorandum right now. You have no dignity. See, that's a lie? I'd have already cut off your finger before you could point it at me and say that. Would it not be better if I just take an oath? An oath was far more significant to a wizard than to ordinary people. Simply put, it was no different from applying a memory-based magic spell that would bind their souls to the promise they took. Breaking it would either result in their death or the loss of their power. Really, will you really? Yes. No, this doesn't make any sense. Why? Why are you suddenly doing this? Naturally, I couldn't say that it was to soothe her anger and remove future death variables. Uriel found my decision too sudden, making it hard for her to trust my words. However, it wasn't that big of a deal. I would one day turn over my position to her anyway. All I did was push forward that event's date. From now on, I'll be focusing on my research on magic. I won't have time to attend to my duties as the head of the household. Hence, I deduced that this is the best possible move for everyone's interests, considering you've already mastered the art of lordship. Anyway, at least to some extent. You only realized that now? I've known about it for a while. I was just testing you. Deep in thought, she wiggled and soon shook her head with a scream. Test? I'm the one who should be testing you. If you don't want to believe me, don't. Ariel moistened her lips, then, still in doubt, slowly looked at me. The succession ceremony, when are we doing it? She stuck her tongue out at the end, like an actual little sister, which I found cute. I hadn't given any thought to that event at all yet. Hence, I just made up an answer on the spot. You'll know when the time is right. As if she understood my point immediately, she nodded along. In 3 years. Exception day. I didn't know what she meant, but I just went along with it since she looked so serious. Pondering to herself, she gathered the things she brought with her. On the bed were a dagger and a pistol, which I thought meant, today was going to be the day I murdered you. You're leaving already? Of course. A certain someone spent 200 million at an auction, after all. I have to go. Earn back what we lost. She often screamed at me out of nowhere, but the embers from her voice had died down now. The Deculein household would one day transcend 200 million. I was certain of that. Our territory was called Hadekane, which was a continent rich with fertile soil. Its location had mountains surrounding its borders with rivers running along the middle, making it worthy of being called a holy ground. On top of that, our political position was ridiculously good. We weren't high enough in the system to reach the imperial family, but we also weren't so far that we lacked any means of communication either. This holy ground continued to develop with those advantages, attracting both local wizards and knights. Only the Iliad and the Leviron households could become our opponents, but Iliad's area was too small, and Leviron was too far. The head of Deculein was a position far above everyone around us. Oh right, you. As she was about to leave, Uriel stopped by the door. Better not. Change your mind later. What? I'm not making you take an oath because of my little faith in you, barely. Finishing the sentence with her diminishing voice, she stopped abruptly at the door. If you're lying, then even I don't know what's going to happen next. This moment can make or break our family. You know that, right? I'm already considered a lord by the people, after all. I knew that all too well. She'd probably poison my food or drink if I went back on my word. Believe me. It's not a lie. Oomph. Ariel put her dagger and gun in her bag. She then continued to stare at me, this time in silence, but I didn't avoid her gaze. Uriel soon grabbed the door and turned to glance at me one last time as she was about to leave. I still don't believe you. I doubt you'd do it. I mean, I'll take an oath right now. Don't need it. She turned the doorknob, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Uriel. I caught her just as she was about to go down the stairs. Turning around, she looked like she was curious about what I had to say and seemed almost afraid that I might go back on my promise. What is it? I didn't know what I was supposed to say to her. I just impulsively called out to her. However, I didn't feel satisfied with just eliminating the death variable. I wanted to take it a step further. I didn't want to live like Deculein using the system's personality as an excuse. Although it certainly bound me, it wasn't a shackle I couldn't escape. Hence, to reach my goals, at the very least, and for me to remain as Kim Woo-jin and not become Deculein, I had to personally mend this character's already damaged relationships. You should at least eat before you leave. You'll grow hungry on the road otherwise. I felt goosebumps all over my body as I affectionately said those words, which took courage to do. That act alone deviated from the character's core itself. Uriel flinched. Upon hearing them, her round eyes shaking as if she saw a ghost. No. No way. No. Don't spout such weird things out of the blue. I don't know what happened to you, but I have to go now. Uriel was screaming. Ting-tang, ting-tang. She rushed down the stairs like an eager elementary school student. I'm going. Get the car ready. Eventually, her clamor reached the first floor. The villain's fate, you have overcome a death flag. And I, after received money from the store as a reward. The total amount I had in it was now 6-1. The system store was currently accessible, but I feel like a mess. I was out of my mind. Only about 15 minutes had elapsed since I had arrived home. But I felt like I had been here for hours. What kind of storm just went by? I closed the door and stretched my arms out in the air. That's interesting. I was about to sit with a glass of wine in hand when a strange voice came out of nowhere. I felt flustered, but at the same time, I felt strangely calm. I know I've said this before, but no matter how surprised I internally am, I just can't express it externally. It's such a mysterious yet efficient disposition. Just saying that I'm here, the voice replied, sounding a little sharp. Not long after, a breeze entered the room through the moonlit window frames. Unable to stop me, I looked in the direction it came from. So something like this happened. Ganesha, a beautiful woman with unraveled fiery red hair, looked at me with a playful smile. I frowned faintly at her in reply. An uninvited guest appears. I'm sorry. I am, but the professor is handing over his seat as the head of the household. Are you trying to change? Why was this adventurer sticking her nose in another household's business? Oh, that's right. Deculein isn't my household. I calmly answered her. I just think she'll do better than me. Still in doubt, Ganesha murmured, really? I can see where you're coming from, but the fact that she's not your real sister still exists. Her words disconcerted me for a moment, but according to the setting, Uriel was my half-sibling, so she had a point. She doesn't have a drop of Deculein blood in her. I didn't know what she was talking about. Seriously, what did she mean? I didn't think there was a setting like this, but if there was, then when was it added? Or was this what writers called a minor twist? Are you going to keep acting like that? I felt blessed to have Deculein's personality whenever I was in situations like this. No matter how shocking the words he heard were, even if someone held a knife to his neck, not even a single drop of cold sweat would roll down his forehead. You solicited me first, Professor. You and your sister, are you in that kind of circumstances? Silently, I looked at Ganesha, and she smiled naively at me. Didn't I tell my men to let you know 3 months ago? I looked for the right words inside my head, repeating the process of creating and dismantling sentences over and over again. Boom, boom, boom. Letters flew between my left and right brains. I had no obligation or responsibility to tell her anything or explain anything to her, but I didn't want Uriel to lose her lordship. I had to shut Ganesha up. Even so, with that purpose, I haphazardly spewed out words. Uriel is still Uriel. I had not such a reason in the first place, after all. Silence fell upon us for a moment, followed by a suffocating sound. Ganesha suddenly exclaimed. She looked at me with her eyes wide open and simply said, "Wow." Ganesha brushed her bangs back, and I noticed goosebumps on the back of her hand. I didn't know you'd react like this, Professor. That was because I didn't even know it would be like this. I didn't know at all. Fine. I'll keep your secret. As I was buzzing mentally, Ganesha clenched her fists. It made her look adorably small. Oh, and I'll tell you this, too. Deculein is mindful of you, Professor. You know him, right? Deculein was the head of the Sixth Snake, one of the most notorious criminal gangs in the continent, with bounties in the millions. They're after what you bought at the auction house. Of course, written will deliver it safely, since if the item is taken while it's still in their possession, it'll also be a huge problem for them. However, you best be careful after it arrives. Ganesha put her forefinger up. I don't think you've been putting up sufficient magical defenses these days. That's extremely careless of you. Make sure to put up more powerful ones and rebuild the mansion's magical security system as reliable and impenetrable as it used to be. I understand. Ganesha clasped her hands together after I replied. I truly do apologize about today. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I won't let this happen again. Ganesha, I called her name and looked at her with unwavering eyes. Yes? Why? If, and only if, someone is after Uriel. I had to do this as a precaution. If Deculein tried to do something to Uriel 3 months ago, if I did something I wasn't aware of, I had to ask Ganesha to cover it up. Ganesha smiled abruptly, her lips resembling the moonlight. The mystery that surrounded her left me speechless. Don't worry. That's not going to happen. Whining. The wind blew, causing the curtains covering the window frame she was leaning against to flutter. When the air settled down, she had vanished. My upright posture grew disheveled as soon as her presence disappeared. I haphazardly brushed through my hair. Uriel. I thought she was my half-sister, but we weren't even blood-related. I clasped my hands at the back of my neck and looked up at the ceiling. It was a truth I didn't have to know. Nothing would have changed even after I learned of it, after all. Now that I thought about it, there was no such thing as a twist for me. It was unexpected, but I didn't find it that big of a deal. I wasn't Deculein in the first place, so whether or not Uriel was his real sister wouldn't be enough to make me alter my attitude towards her. I decided to bury this information deep in my mind. For me, Uriel was still Deculein's little sister, whom I held sentiments for. She was a pretty cute kid. Ganesha was tight-lipped, ensuring that this secret would be kept for a long time. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a housing complex in the outskirts of the system, Professor changed a lot. How can a person change so much? Or perhaps, is someone using the professor's face as a disguise? Ganesha reminisced about the scene as she sat on a slanted crimson brick wall. It was an intense and memorable meeting that she wouldn't be able to forget. You were right. The professor has a human side to him. Her henchman, Lohan, answered. You treat him differently just because he's handsome. The whole world knows how much of a dimwit you are now. Even back when the first mission came, you fell for him. The moment you saw his face. Can I rip your ugly face off, then? I just didn't have enough money then. The debt collector took it, so I had no choice. The Red Garnet Adventure Team, the group she was currently with, had 5 members, 3 men and 2 women. The other woman in their party had set off on a long journey to book a residence for them. Ah, right. You know this is a secret, right? You have to keep your mouth shut about this until you die. Disclosing this will equate to betraying my faith in you as an adventurer. I also won't consider you my colleague anymore, and I will kill you with my own hands. Of course. We're human too. Anyone who'll spill our secrets is no better than a dog. Dosmu? I need you to promise, too. The man wearing a hoodie nodded with a yawn. In any case. Ganesha scowled at her cheeky subordinate and stared at the far-off Yuckline mansion. The curtain already blocked the window where she entered. Regardless, Deculein still looked attractive. He was so human. Uriel is still Uriel. She recited it in her head exactly like a poem. If it were in the past, she would have dismissed it as a funny play. Now, however, Deculein had no less than promised the seat to Uriel. It puzzled her how he could give it to someone who wasn't even related to him by blood and had entirely no connection to the Deculein household. It was a progressive decision that he couldn't even be proud of. Anyway, Deculein doesn't have to be on guard anymore. I don't think he's obsessed with the children. Yes. That's right. What has he been doing secretly, then? Ganesha held on to the chimney on the roof as she saw a wild boar wailing. Lohan pointed it out. It's crying. I know. We're looking at the same scene, aren't we? It's crying because he's emotional. Phew. He looks like a big bandit. After letting out a sigh, Ganesha laid on the roof and looked at the dark and bright sky. The moon was always notably larger during nights like this. A clear and cool breeze brushed by her, and she soon found herself looking at a landscape that seemed like it would disappear without a moment's notice. She went as far as going through the trouble to look for Deculein. No, she was still keeping watch on him. It was to confirm if she still had lingering attachments for the archipelago's talent. Of course, she couldn't ask if he was still looking for magic slaves directly, but depending on the answer she'd get, she might have to turn against Deculein. He seemed intent on changing his ways, though. She didn't know what the change of heart was for or where it came from, but it wasn't so bad. What did Rayleigh say? Has she found a place to stay with the kids? Soon, the children would arrive by boat. Ganesha was looking forward to it, but at the same time, she was worried. The children's talents were needed to fight against them. But if war was the main purpose of their training, then she wondered if training them was the right choice in the first place. From a moral point of view, it wasn't. They were still kids, after all. However, if doing so would allow them to save tens, hundreds, even millions of lives once they had grown up, then it was undoubtedly the right option. Yes. That's why we don't have any more money, Lohan replied. Ganesha's veins nearly popped out of her temple when she heard his words. What? Stop joking around. It's the truth. No, how on earth are we still broke despite the number of missions we've already completed? Did you embezzle? Just be upfront about it. Have you forgotten that we cancelled the Deculein mission and paid a huge amount to compensate for it? Oh. Right. Ganesha clicked her tongue and shook her head in disagreement. I think it's time to go back. Let's go. Hang in there, guys. Lohan called the boar and Dosmu over. They huddled together, and as soon as Lohan knocked on the ground, the four turned into blue particles and were transmitted somewhere. Chapter 17. University, 1. The following day, carrying a magic book, I made my way to a mountain behind the mansion's lot. I had already mastered basic psychokinesis, and my vision skill level had reached 100%. I could now manipulate 7 throwing knives as if they were my limbs, but any more then that would make even the production of magic a problem. Hence, I had to attempt familiarizing myself with beginner psychokinesis in the middle of the mountain's vegetation, which had cleaner air and better mana quality. I tried sitting in a lotus position, but I couldn't bring myself to sit on the bare ground because of my unbearable mysophobia. Eventually, I found myself dragging along a chair from the mansion. Amid the grass and trees now sat an antique chair. They didn't mesh well together, but I leaned back onto its backrest and opened my magic book anyway. Beginner psychokinesis. Now that you've learned basic psychokinesis, you may now advance to beginner psychokinesis. Compared to basic psychokinesis, beginner psychokinesis uses 18 more lines and 1 more circle. The movement of the circuit has now become more complicated. I activated my understanding. Beginner psychokinesis appeared like a vision before my eyes as it filled my mind. Two lines overlapped like computer figures, clearly highlighting the difference between the two magics. I then imbued the data into my body. Beginner. Psychokinesis, lines were more detailed engraved on top of their weaker counterpart. Basic psychokinesis. Heavy lines and circles were added to my previous feather-like technique. The basic psychokinesis' gaps and simplicity were now, for the first time, filled with a medium in the form of a magic circle. Naturally, I tasted death once more. Whenever a new circuit was formed, I would feel a fever surging up inside me so violently that it felt like daggers were carving through my bones. Swish. The spell invading my muscles nibbled at my nerves. I could still bear the sharp, deep pain coursing through my veins, but the duration I had to wait for it to dissipate was quite long. Throughout that time, the magic taking root all over my body tormented me rigorously. It didn't stop until I had exhausted most of my powers. Within that ambiguous feeling was a sense of listlessness and languish, however. I remembered what happened last night. Uriel. I didn't agonize over it, but I would be lying if I weren't hoping our secret would remain obscured. I shut down those idle thoughts and opened my eyes. What was left of my power was less than 10%, but that was more than enough for me to train. I went back to the training ground, which was somewhat strange compared to modern fitness centers. For starters, its pull-up bar was too high, and the barbell and dumbbell plates were heavier than normal weights. I took off my clothes and folded them. My body, which I had been developing non-stop, pleased me. I put my hand on the steel bar. In that state, I brought in a metal band using my telekinetic power. A total of 100 kilograms of restraints were fitted onto my waist, ankles, and wrists. I did 10 chin-ups on the first bar and then did the same number of repetitions on the next bar and then the next. I repeated that process until I reached the roof, from which I jumped down. Boom! A tremendous shock spread throughout my body, but my stance didn't even waver. Now that I was done with that set, I immediately moved on to the next one. I climbed the rope attached to the roof. After reaching the top, I jumped again. The training I was undergoing was an ignorant method that normal human beings wouldn't even dare try. It was no different from openly abusing my joints, ligaments, knees, and muscle tissues. However, for as long as character was in effect, my bones would never break, and my ligaments would never tear regardless of what I did. Of course, I could still feel pain. However, through Deculein's competitiveness and strong willpower, I still managed to focus solely on improving my body. As a result of my arrogant training, before I knew it, my power had recovered to 40%. But then again, I was immersed in magic. With this routine, the estimated required time for me to master beginner psychokinesis was 3 weeks at most. On the other hand, my physical abilities, including my endurance, agility, reflexes, and flexibility, might have surpassed a gorilla since I developed them through Sage. Of course, I still had a long way to go compared to the infamous named villain's combat abilities. On my way to work at the tower, I suddenly sat down and stared blankly in the air. LV1 System Store. System stores allowed characters to be strengthened by using the store currency they acquired. In the game's second half, not only players but also named characters could be strengthened that way. However, access to the store was highly limited. It could only be used around 6 times in the latter half of the game. Reinforced items ranged in cost from 5 to 10 in the LV1 store, 10 to 21 in the LV2 store, 20 to 41 in the LV3 store, and so on. Its goods prices doubled, and it could only be used once per level. I knew which reinforcements were the best, however. LV1 System Store. 1. Blacksmith's Luck. 5. Mana Quality Enhancement, Stage 1. Character's original power is enhanced qualitatively. Mild increase in power output and efficiency. 10 KRW. Mana Quality Enhancement. I didn't even have to pause for a moment to consider anything else. The rest was good for concept play, but that was the sole item that passed my standards. I needed to save up 4 more one for it. Knock, knock. The door opened, and Alan hesitantly entered. Alan. I heard you called for me. Standing still, he stared quietly at me. Asking why I requested his presence should have been his next response, but he was a meek individual. Gently, I spoke with a faint smile. Do you have any thoughts about choosing your assistant wizard? What? Alan tilted his head. I sent him an official document last week through psychokinesis. Assistant Professor Evaluation. If there were a wizard one wanted to recommend as an assistant professor, they'd be able to indicate it in the document. Just realizing what I was trying to tell him, Alan's eyes slowly grew wider. Yes, yes, yes? That's right. I would like to recommend you as assistant. Yes? Professor. Alan was already about to cry before I could even finish my sentence. With tears rolling down from his eyes, Alan replied. But, Professor, I don't have any talent. That was true. Alan did lack talent. Even when perceived through the man of great wealth, much less the villain's fate, he was colorless and odorless. Those two skills weren't omnipotent, but even so, he certainly had a deficiency when it came to natural talent. That might have been the reason why he hadn't left yet. No one wanted him, and he had nowhere to run to. No one else but you, and your sincerity, passed all the tests I conducted. Deculein was authoritative and disliked praising others, but this much was bearable. Since those traits had low ranks among his personality. The hardest ones to overcome were mysophobia and honorable etiquette. I despised dirt and bacteria with my very being. What do you mean? Stop asking questions and just take it. I gave Alan a gift. It wasn't anything huge, considering it was just a bracelet. I ordered it from a jewelry store nearby and instructed them to engrave the yuck line pattern on it. Keep working hard. I didn't want him to give up. After all, from his trivial work like document organizations to his quick wits, Alan's tasks and traits were useful. Then, have I officially become your pupil now? I didn't think that far ahead, so I quickly came up with an answer. Not yet. There are 2 more levels to pass, so keep working hard. Alan intensely bowed 3 times in a row. And noted. I understand. Now that you're an assistant professor, you should come to observe my class in 2 days. Oh, observe? Class observation? What? Alan questioned what he heard thrice, the veins in his eyes about to burst. It was starting to grow a little irritating. Don't react too boisterously. I don't like it. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Okay. I got up from my seat without much thought, but Alan curled up in shock and trembled, looking like he was defending himself with his arms. You're fine. I won't hit you. Huh? I'm sorry, that's, where are you going? Library. Luna's thesis. Its topic was about the creation of pure elements, and while the code had been completely deciphered, the thesis's actual composition remained ambiguous. There were too many empty spaces, gaps, and holes throughout the entire study. To solve that, I planned on going through the books in the library. I could use my understanding, skill, but studying magic was a must for every professor. If I found a useful magic book, I wouldn't hesitate to read it. I see. Ah, by the way. Take a look at this, Professor. Alan had a piece of paper in his hands. It's best for you to be careful. Wanted, Wizard Killer Rock Hark. There were sightings of Wizard Killer Rock Hark on the outskirts of the system. Debutante wizards should refrain from going outside late at night as much as possible. I knew that guy. With his ability to restrict wizard players, he was the biggest threat throughout early to mid-game. If I were the original Deculein, I would have already called the shadows and subdued him. But I had already cut off the dark connections that made him powerful before I knew it. I've been fearful of meeting the wizard killer these days. They say he only targets talented wizards, though. Alan. Yes? Do you know who I am? I chuckled. What? I asked you who I am. Wizard Killer. That character could be considered on the level of a mid-boss villain, but naturally, he was much lower than Deculein. I was confident of that. Ah. You are Deculein, the youngest professor in the glorious Imperial University and a high-ranking wizard who can call on all types of elements. He readily poured out praise for me, which left me feeling flustered. That's right. The wizard killer wasn't in my league. Theoretically, we were even the perfect natural enemies. Hence, there was no need for me to worry. Alan, be careful. However, there were my lack of practical experience. But with my cold-blooded personality, that wouldn't make much of a difference. Hence, I hoped I would cross paths with him. I needed store currency, after all. Surprisingly enough, Sylvia had hobbies other than magic, mainly collecting literature and language. The level of her seriousness towards that hobby was far from ordinary. However, she devoted all of her time outside of magic training to her collection. Hence, the first place that she visited as soon as she entered Imperial University was the library. Of course, all she gained there was disappointment. There were some rare books in the library tower, but she could hardly call it a proper collection. Thus, today, she resolved. Oh, I see. Indeed, Sylvia isn't that much of a debutante now. Is it possible? That is a reading room for board members, please hold on. I'll have to call this in and inform the higher-ups first. She set foot inside the reading room used only by professors and board members. Yes, I'll wait. But she didn't hide and scurry about like a mouse. Instead, she went through the front door confidently. Ah, yes, yes. Yes, Professor. Sylvia said she's looking for a book to study. I see. I understand. After contacting someone through the crystal ball, the librarian smiled brightly at her. You've been granted permission. You may go in, new wizard. Due to the exception clause, you'll need a pass, but it'll be fine. Thank you. Sylvia, still a student, entered the reading room triumphantly. She was certainly the heir to Iliad and the new wizard of the year. Even in the entire reading room, few professors would dare confront her since she was certain to become a professor in the future. The amount her household had donated to the university tower was also within the top 10, after all. It was just that the order of events had changed a little. Scanning through the reading room's shelves, she felt thrilled and excited. Hop, hop, hop. Hop, hop, hop. Sylvia skipped and hopped around lightheartedly like a rabbit. Oh. Not long after, she finally found a collection that satisfied both her hobbies, language and literature, simultaneously. Ethanol's novels written in the fairies' language. Sylvia took out the book carefully, revealing its title. Witrispi ba mitragi, stereo legio pe bardio. Fairies had long since disappeared from this mundane world, but their novels remained throughout the continent. Therefore, the ethanols found occasionally were priceless. However, there was another problem: they were atrociously difficult to read and understand. The language system of the fairies was incoherent, making the comprehension and translation of it near impossible. She knew that the word Wittersby in the title meant man, but Omsip, a word on the first page, also meant the same thing. Even radioman, which followed not far from it, also had the same meaning. She wondered how they communicated using a language that had no basis and no standard. Still, Sylvia had mastered the ethnos to some extent. When she skimmed through the book's contents, she swiftly understood that its genre was romance, making her like it all the better. Now she wished to take it home quickly so she could read it. Sylvia turned around with the book in her arms. But she immediately ran into someone. Professor Letran from the Department of Spirits. He recognized Sylvia, of course, but he just passed by with a smile. Sylvia proudly twisted the corners of her lips upward. It had always been like that, after all. There was no excellent professor in this renowned university who would punish her for entering the executive library. Perhaps, except for one. Of course, she already knew that he didn't visit the library. He had been here 0 times in 5 years. It was like he built a wall that separated him from this place. Sylvia, readying herself to head back, thought it would be icing on the cake if she could find another book, an ethno dictionary to be precise, as she turned around the library corner like a child. She came across another person, her listless eyes immediately scanning the tall form before her. He wore a custom-made suit jacket with a vest wrapped around the white shirt inside it and had sharp reading glasses resting atop his ears. His gloved hands carried antique hard-covered books. Before her was the intellectually handsome senior Professor Deculein. She didn't expect to encounter him here. Despite the pressing matter, Sylvia coveted the rare-looking hardbound book in his hands. Regardless, she immediately glanced up to meet his gaze. His dark blue eyes behind his glasses looked at her directly with such an intensity that she immediately understood the severity of the situation. Seconds passed. An odd silence permeated around them as their gazes intertwined. Nobody spoke between that gap. However, he quickly covered his book. At that moment, Sylvia turned around. Tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. Her shoes clacked quickly and desperately as she tried to escape, but his low-pitched voice soon called out to her, almost as if caging her soul to his side. If you don't stop, you'll be punished. With his words, Sylvia halted, and just stiffly stood there. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The sound of footsteps coming from behind approached her slowly as an ominous, chilly air clawed at her skin. When the steps stopped, Sylvia swallowed anxiously. Chapter 18. University, 2. Turn around. Sylvia looked back as ordered, immediately noticing Deculein glaring toward her. Debutante Sylvia. Yes? As far as I know, this library is exclusive to executives only. There are many confidential documents stored here. Hence, except for faculty, entry is prohibited. Oh, I see. I wasn't aware. I got lost. Deculein nodded at Sylvia's excuse. No one seems to think that you're lost. You and the librarians are at fault, all of you. She lied to save herself from this situation and used the exception clause. There is no exception clause. I'm sorry. There was a book I wanted to find. Sylvia finally confessed. Ah. He extended his hand to grab the book, but he missed. Oh, my. She lost her balance and fell on her butt. Rage began to boil inside her, but she didn't show it as she stood up and brushed herself off. She then looked at Deculein. He was peeking into the book. Sylvia snorted inwardly, finding the situation funny. It's an ethno novel. You won't understand, considering you have no hobbies other than socializing. Stop. Wasting your breath and give me back the book. I was with her last night. She found it odd. Red flowers danced throughout the path to her. Professor Deculein unexpectedly recited strange sentences, almost like he was reading from the book, even using a soft tone that differed from his voice during lectures. I didn't want to think about to whom these feelings started from. He continued calmly, but Sylvia couldn't understand what was happening. If you desire to be with her, then that's fine. He was reading it. No, was he reading it, or was he just babbling? But I know her very soul. The professor then stopped as he closed the book. You like romance novels. It's no big deal. Huh? Puzzled and unable to think of the right words to say, she bit her lips and shook her head. Romance novels, forget it. Take this with you. I'll forgive you just this once. Romance novels. The book floated to her, and she wrapped her arms around it, bringing it close to her chest. But, you'll be sanctioned to disciplinary action if you come here again as you please. It's not that I like it. Did you come here to show off your household's authority? You don't have to come. Hear yourself in the future. You can just ask someone with an allegiance to you. He wasn't even listening to her. Sylvia's lips hung open. For the first time in her life, she experienced shame and humiliation. Her pale and indifferent expression was flushed with anger. She wasn't trying to read a romance novel. She was trying to learn the fairy's customs through the book. Trying to learn from books like that is impractical. That's not a common story. She received a fatal blow, causing her to lose her mind and just stand there blankly for a moment. It felt as if she was just hit in the back of the head with a blunt object. The stupefied Sylvia closed her eyes for a moment and narrowly opened them. Sylvia looked at the book in her hand. Fortunately, it wasn't taken away from her. Despicable. She blabbered as she pleased. Deculein was keeping her in check, perhaps because he was conscious of Iliad. Sylvia left the room and immediately returned to the mansion. Opening the book. My lady, you're home early. Yes. Don't bother with my meals. She had to focus on checking if the professor's interpretations were correct and on studying the ethanol. For that reason, she prepared an ethanol vocabulary list beside her. The more she read, the more she was surprised by how accurate Deculein's interpretation was. He even knew a word she didn't know. Was it merely conjectured from the context? Even so, his sentences flowed smoothly and sounded natural. But those questions soon disappeared from Sylvia's mind as she realized that it wasn't a romance novel. Like I'm wrapped in her bare body, me Anne. It was pornography. How could this? After returning the odd novel to Sylvia, I came to the mountain with the teaching staff. Haha. I didn't know there would be 50 applicants for self-control practice. Reelin, a chubby professor from the Department of Assistive Studies, laughed loudly. I'm just as surprised as you are, I replied indifferently. This place was appropriately called the Mountain of Darkness, considering it was similar to famous forests of other magic schools, but it was far more violent and dangerous. However, since it was located in a far corner of the university and guarded by barriers, the students remained oblivious to it as they lived ordinary school lives. But the tower, which directly managed the mountain and was responsible for the students' safety, considered this place valuable even though it was treacherous. Without it, everyone would have to travel much farther to experience an actual fight. The magical ingredients that could be found here, like salamanders, plants, and oil from the Gratendreis, to name a few, could also be profited from. Aren't you proud? Today, the faculty, including me, and 50 debutante wizards, went to the Mountain of Darkness for practical training. Even though it had darkness in its name, its surroundings were still pretty bright since the day was still young. They're extremely dignified, as befits elites of the Imperial University's standards. Professor Deculein conducted various magical research here at noon, praising the students who handled the evil creatures that frequently appeared here during the odd hours of the day. This is why you should be afraid of the mountain of darkness. Summer was still a long way off, yet Deculein was still sweating profusely. Oh, by the way, the professor on duty for this week hasn't been decided yet. It's time to take turns and choose a new one. At times like this, the head professor's opinion. Maybe it was because of this. There were about 50 full-time professors in the tower. There were other faculty members, including associate professors and assistant professors, but according to the bylaws, only full-time professors were allowed to take turns guarding the mountain of darkness. Of course, from Decuelein's reactions, it became quite clear that it was dangerous to go first. I'll do it, I volunteered. Oh. I see. It is as expected of the head professor, taking the initiative to set an example. I wasn't setting an example. I was just completing a quest. Side quest, Mountain of Darkness. Store currency +1. Additional achievement rewards. Something was waiting for me inside there, pulling at me and seemingly seducing me. Maybe that was why the side quest was triggered. Well, Head Professor Deculein, I leave this place in your care until Sunday. I'll replace you next week. Deculein shuddered with joy. All right. I set aside the professor's problems and focused on this place. With their abilities, weak people wouldn't be able to survive on this mountain easily. Filled with jump scares, horrifying moments, and thrilling monsters, the Mountain of Darkness's nights changed the genre of the game itself. 12:05 am. Late night. She burrowed herself in clothes. April could still be fairly cold, but Ifrin wasn't bothered by it. It wasn't due to heating magic or her robe being enchanted with cold resistance. She thought it was perhaps because of the alcohol circling in her vessels. That made sense, but she still thought that wasn't it. She concluded that she couldn't feel it because her pockets were warm. It's okay, it's okay. Here, I'll pay for it. I told you it's my treat. Eating noodles, Ifrin arrogantly shouted. Her moderately increased alcohol level had left her tipsy. Really? Aren't you overdoing it, Ifrin? Ferret, the commoner, mumbled timidly. Hey, what are you talking about? My wallet is thick. Thick. After becoming the leader of a group of commoners and finishing their dinner, Ifrin sat on the side of the road in front of the restaurant with Julie and the other members. Julie grinned. I submitted the plan for the group's founding. It should be done soon. Really? I see. Yes, but the commoners don't want to sign up, probably because, like fools, they're still wary. Slurp. Ifrin finished her noodles in an instant. Is so good. Hi hey. Ifrin, are you drunk? Drunk? Me? Never. She shook her head with a serious expression. How many shots had she had? She couldn't remember, but she wasn't drunk. Ah! A scream rang out then, surprising Ifrin and the wizards. At first, they thought they were just hearing things. What? Just now, did you hear that? Yes, I did. Let's go. Ferret and Rondo, Julie, and Ifrin. With their sense of justice as wizards getting the best of them, they jumped up and ran toward the scream. Where did it come from? Help me. There. The sound came from the alley on their right. Help me. Following the scream, they went through the dark path and entered a secluded corner. I in here. Please. They kept running but soon noticed something unusual. The sounds of leaves being stepped on and crushed kept entering their ears. They were running down on a brick road, which made it even stranger to hear their footsteps like They were walking down a dense forest. Guys. Something's wrong. Make sure you, Ifrin looked back. Huh? She was alone, surrounded by desolate trees and thick undergrowth. The effects of the alcohol swiftly died down as a chill ran down her spine. Help me! A shriek rose again. In an instant, terror dominated Ifrin's heart. It wasn't a sense of justice. It was a magic that she couldn't perceive. Where are you? Since she didn't go to the academy, she had two major weaknesses: resistance to magic and the mentality of a wizard. Those basic skills were taught in the academy before reaching the college level. Where are you? Rushing through the woods, she finally found her. Here. I'm here. I'm here. A woman with tattered clothes and outstretched hands approached her, and she immediately tried to assist her. Bang! At that moment, something hit her leg. Ifrin fell and rolled around. She tried to stand up, but her calves felt numb, and she noticed she had no strength. All she could do was raise her head. Careful! She immediately yelled to alert the dazed woman, but it was too late. A flash of light appeared from the shadows, penetrating the woman's shoulder. Aha! Ah! With the desperate scream, Ifrin forced herself up and tried to gather power from her bracelet and release it towards where the attack came from. She revealed the person standing there, but his identity was a surprise to her. Head Professor Deculein. His outpour of murderous intent frightened her. Professor. What are you do? Debutante Ifrin. The moment he called out to her, the woman that tried to climb away was shot down. Again, this time light piercing her ankle. Ergagah. No, Professor. What are you? Open your eyes. That's not a person. What? You're drunk. Just stay still. No, but. Don't move. Deculein threatened her. His roar sounded as if it could shake mountains. The branches trembled, and echoes thundered through the area. Overwhelmed, Ifrin stiffened, unable to do anything but stare at him. His eyes were sharp and fierce, almost like those of a bird of prey. He was scarier than usual. The cold wind brushed past Ifrin's cheeks. Only then did the ambiguity of their surroundings start to clear up. It's bewitchment, the devil's specialty. He lifted her from the back of her neck as he explained the situation. He remained standing, but Ifrin began to float in the air by herself. Wait. My feet can't reach the ground. I planted my metal in your robe. She floundered as she looked at Deculein, only for her heart to sink heavily. He looked at her as if he was belittling her very existence. His expression appeared to be filled with disdain towards her, a lowly creature. Lifting human bodies is difficult, but metal is easy. She couldn't understand what he meant. No, was he the professor in the first place? Maybe he was just another devilish illusion. What the hell do you mean? Don't get in the way and get the hell out of here, beggar. His words were as sharp as daggers, and he paired it with a look that was far more frightening and grim than any she had ever seen. His very mien itself was far from Deculein's usual behavior. No. On the contrary, he was acting more like the Deculein that she knew. He retorted harshly, pulling Ifrin away. He wasn't gentle. Shoo. She was dragged out like dust getting sucked into a vacuum cleaner, thrown outside the mountain where she promptly fainted. Krrr. The woman transformed into a strange creature. Her hair and clothes melted as horns grew on both sides of her temples. Her eyes were large but had no eyelids, her skin was red, and her sides were oddly shiny. A cunning fellow. Judging by the gem-like nucleus between her eyes, she probably released another bewitchment sequence, but it didn't work on him. Despite the meager amount of good Traits in Deculein's personality, he boasted an almost perfect level of immunity to such spells. My emotions were strangely overwhelming, and I immediately identified it as Deculein's innate personality, reacting violently. Bloodline. His personality and characteristics had similarities with the Yuck line. Household's distinct characteristics. His hostility towards devils was a trait inherent in their bloodline. Hence, when I sensed the devil, I immediately felt an indescribable feeling of hatred and loathing. This was how the reputation of the demon-hunting wizards worked, starting from their ancestors. This was Deculein's destiny, designed by a game writer. Whether the player played an evil demon or a good knight going on adventures, he couldn't be turned into a colleague. No matter what they tried. You deserve to be stuck underground. I rarely grew angry, but thanks to the demon, I couldn't keep my cool. Krrrr. The monster resorted to screaming, most likely trying to attack me with a mental wave. Zing. A buzzing sound rang in my ears, but that was all. Not paying it any attention, I struck the devil with the 5 metal rods hovering in the air. I was excited. I knew there was an ongoing exam to help others master their skills, but Deculein's nature in me was surging forth. Swirl. I separated the 4 throwing knives into 2, aiming them at both of its flanks. It gritted its teeth as it watched the attacks. Ah! The devil tried to avoid their trajectories with a backflip, but the last throwing knife went straight into its heart while it was in the air. You duck. Its joints were grotesquely broken. It continued trying to avoid my weapons by transforming its own body, but there was no end to my offensive. With its back turned, 4 blades pierced through it. It did its best, but its death was unavoidable. Throughout the battle, the devil did nothing but slowly succumb to its injuries. Hence, it took its last remaining option, charge forward. Falling hard on the road, it tore itself against my throwing knives. It was fast, but its movements were within expectations. Shwewa. It stretched out its claws, but it couldn't reach me. The 6th knife, which flew ifrin out of the mountain, returned in time to penetrate its forehead. What a vile monster, splattering its filth all over the place. It struggled so hard that I even had blood on my face. Unbearable disgust welled up within me, filling me with thoughts of hatred, dread, murder, and destruction. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't hide it. Side quest clear, Mountain of Darkness. Store currency +1. Additional achievement, first to kill the devil. Store currency +1, family bloodline, Yuck line. Characteristic, Yuck line, enlightenment. A series of notifications for my rewards came, but I still couldn't get over the devil's appearance, preventing me from feeling delighted. In the end, this was no different to a sign. A sign of a full-fledged start to a game without a player. I just stood there blankly and looked up at the sky. Deep, dark, dawn. There was not a single star in the skies, and the moon covered by the clouds was far too pale. Chapter 19. University, 3. Where are you? Where did you go? The situation was concluded, and a while later, I heard a young voice from within the forest as I put my throwing knives away in my briefcase. Where are you? She rode a cane and flew away, Chairman. Huh. Her eyes opened wide when she noticed the devil with a hole through its head. You've already done it. I tried to clean the blood off my face with cleanse, but the mana in the blood resisted my magic. I had no choice but to wipe it with a handkerchief and throw it away. As expected of a Yuck line wizard. You just killed a devil. What magic did you use? Ah. Metal seemed to have penetrated this part of him. Is this, by any chance, caused by the Gale Blade all that I created? What a childish name. My voice unconsciously sounded sharp, causing the chairman to throw her head back. In surprise. What? Everyone said it was good. Who do you think would dare say such a painful truth to the chairman? I turned around after saying that. I heard her murmur in reply. Oh really? Is it really not good? Yes. She grew sullen. Her habit of pretending to be immature made me uncomfortable, but what happened after that was filled with blood. The chairman picked up the devil's body and threw it away. Thwang! It grazed my shoulder before falling onto the ground, its flesh and blood splattering all over the place. The Gale Blade All isn't a good name. The chairman muttered indifferently, and I calmly walked in the middle of the carnage. Thanks to psychokinesis, not a single drop of blood managed to splatter onto me. When I came down the mountain, many wizards had already gathered in front of the tower. I remembered Ifrin. Against my will, I had acted too violently. I grabbed the closest wizard to me and immediately inquired about her. Hey, there should be a debutante wizard dash. Head Professor Deculein. A strange voice interrupted me mid-sentence. I looked around, finding a handsome man with a soft voice. How have you been? I immediately identified him as soon as I saw his golden blonde hair and bridal suit. He was a named individual associated with the church, known for being more faithful and devoted than anyone else. Turpy. The wizards have saved us. I would like to ask you about the internal situation in private, head professor. Turpy was a beautiful man with a good heart, but from Deculein's stance, his presence was quite uncomfortable. He was a helper to those who held a grudge against him, after all. Talk with the chairman instead. I don't know why, but she blew up its body. Ah. I see. Nodding, Turpy glanced over the wizards with a smile and walked into the mountain, while the ones behind him looked at me in fear. I called them out. Julie, Ferret, Rondo. Yes, yes. Julie replied with an uptight expression. Is the other one okay? What? Oh, yes. Ifrin is now at the university hospital dash. Good. I turned around without listening to the rest since my mental fatigue was quite severe. I had never yearned for home as much as I did now, but I couldn't leave yet. From afar, I heard the professors calling out to me as they ran to my side. Head professor. Are you all right? Post-processing, imperial reporting, paperwork, and cooperating with the church, I felt like running away when I was reminded of the work that was piling up. Chirp, 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 chirp. As sunlight seeped through the windows, Ifrin opened her eyes to the sound of birds singing. She blinked blankly at the white ceiling. Looking around, she immediately deduced she was at the university hospital. You're awake. A friendly voice tickled her ears, feeling as warm as the sun. Surprised, Ifrin sat up quickly. It's nice to meet you. I'm Turpy, the priest of the Uref Cathedral. Turpy? Turpy replied, looking at her with a smile. You've grown quite a lot, Ifrin Luna. You know me? Still suspicious of him, her brow furrowed. I know your father. He was my acquaintance. I've seen you a lot in the pictures he's shown me. Is that so? She naturally became defensive upon hearing him mentioning his father. I came here today to ask you about the Mountain of Darkness, but, Turpy smiled softly. I don't think you understood properly what transpired there. Embarrassingly enough, I was affected by a magic spell. Head Professor Deculein saved you from the devil's bewitchment. Oh, right. The Mountain of Darkness has been closed off while the church, along with the tower, investigates inside. Ifrin put her hands to her face. As expected, it wasn't a dream. Deculein truly did help her. Beggar. His cold voice still lingered in her ears. But apart from that, I'd like to ask you, my old friend's daughter. Wait a minute. Friend? My father's? Yes. Maybe it was one-sided, but I know what he's been through. If you ever need help. No. She shook her head without hesitation. Turpy was a little surprised. That's all right. Deculein and her. That knot was something she had to unravel herself. Nobody was allowed to interfere with her vengeance. She had to punish Deculein herself, at least for her father's death. No, I don't want to rely on you. You shouldn't meddle with my affairs either, Mr. Turpy. Turpy laughed silently at her determination. That aside, would you like to continue resting? What? Today is Wednesday, and it's 2:45 in the afternoon. It's been exactly 36 hours since the incident happened. It happened Tuesday at midnight, but it was already Wednesday by the time she regained consciousness. Ephraim pondered absent-mindedly, thinking she was missing something. Turpy reminded her about it instead. Today is Professor Deculein's class. Of course, no one will say anything if you rest, but the proud professor will still acknowledge your absence. Ah. Ephraim jumped to her feet. Ms. Luna, studying is good, but don't push yourself too hard. You're still mentally weakened. Oh, yes. Be careful on your way too, Mr. Turpy. Ha ha ha. Yes, thank you. Take care. Ephraim immediately left the university hospital. Take your medicine with you. She ignored the voice and sped off. It would take her 15 minutes to reach the tower. If she ran. Hoo-ha. Hoo-ha. Through her desperate sprint, she managed to arrive at her destination at 2:55. Out of breath, she opened the door to Class A on the 3rd floor, and as she entered, became flustered. Huh? The place looked different. The classroom was wider, with each student having a long magic table with elements such as soil, sand, wood fragments, and water placed on top of it. Ephraim. Here. Julie raised her hand. Nodding, Ephraim stood next to her. Are you okay? I went to visit, but you didn't wake up. Is it serious? No, I'm okay. It's just been a while since I slept well. She had been suffering from insomnia since her father killed himself. She hadn't slept more than 4 hours a day for 3 years, so it was quite refreshing. I'm in my best condition. That's good to hear. The main door soon opened, and Professor Deculein came in. With him was a short wizard who wasn't familiar to her. Nice to meet you. I am Assistant Professor Allen. Everyone was surprised by the sudden announcement, especially Ephraim. Becoming an assistant professor meant they would no longer need permission from Deculein to fly, since they could just use their accumulated record. That was why Deculein never had an assistant professor before. Even her father worked under Deculein like a slave until he was 30. As she imagined her father then, she felt a pull at the back of her neck. An assistant professor stood in front of them all. He had never had an assistant professor before, making her question why he decided to find one now. Like I said last week, today, too, is a time for learning. Ephraim felt dizzy for a moment, so she pinched her thigh to steady herself. I'll give you 5 tasks that'll enable you to utilize my lessons. The results will be reflected in your grades, so take them seriously. Then, Assistant Professor Allen moved busily and put a watch on each magic table. The tasks you're going to do are as follows. Snap. He snapped his finger. The tasks floated in the air. The first was, will-o'-the-wisp. Followed by, swallowed mist, then, rising metal. You have 3 hours. Begin. The wizards quickly warmed up their magic. Ephraim also hurriedly put her hand on the elements on the table. First of all, will-o'-the-wisp. She quickly grasped the hang of it since it was just a combination of the techniques of fire and properties of wind. No, a little bit of magic. No, it's not, instead of magic. Assistant Professor Allen passed by her. She unknowingly glared at him with sharp eyes. Clang. At that moment, the circuit was disconnected, and her magic was broken. She bit her lips as she felt pain in her wrist. Her bracelet was burning up, signaling that something was wrong. Oh, wait a minute. She knew she did something wrong, but she couldn't decipher what it was. Her head was aching. Feeling restless, she lowered her head for a moment to calm down, but will-o'-the-wisp, time check. 4 minutes and 1 second. Already? Ifrin looked around to find who it was. Unsurprisingly, it was Sylvia. Sylvia stuffed the table with will-o'-the-wisp and was already working on the second task. Ifrin quickly resumed, but it was hard to concentrate. Ugh. It was so strange. Her mana was moving as she desired, but with an empty stomach. Her mind was shaking. Her hard-earned mana scattered. She miscalculated her formula. And her circuit was destroyed once more. Despite how hard she practiced, no matter how hard she tried, nothing went her way. The lower her confidence went, the more difficult the tasks became. A voice still lingered in her ear like a vicious cycle. Beggar, 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 beggar. She shouldn't care about it. There was no reason to dwell on it. It wasn't true, after all. Why in the world am I a beggar? Out of breath, Ifrin's expression reflected her headaches. As she collapsed, Sylvia looked sideways. Oomph. A faint breath leaked through her indifferent lips. Wizards weren't cold-hearted, composed, or tough. They were too fragile, brittle, and couldn't even handle their own emotions, making them nothing but wobbly, flawed losers. In the spirit of magic, they were weak and undulated. You're really out of the race now, Ifrin. Sylvia drew attention with her low sigh. Debutante Sylvia. 25 minutes and 15 seconds. All tasks have been completed. She accomplished the tasks in less than half an hour. Neatly combined elements were on her desk, stuffed with magic. Professor Deculein approached her upon his assistant professor's call and looked at the results of her performance. Sylvia was a little nervous. There was also a hint of shame due to the obscene incident that occurred the last time they met. Sylvia. Deculein's voice rang out. Yes. She was prepared to retort. She wouldn't have applied for this lecture in the first place if it wasn't for the black sheep keeping her in check. But these are flawless. You can go. She received an unexpected compliment instead. Sylvia's eyes grew bigger. At the same time, she felt Ifrin's glare on her. She looked at her on purpose. Ifrin's hands shook as she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Even then, there was no progress to her tasks. You don't have to be jealous. You don't even have to care since it's a stage you can never reach. Just keep looking at me from below. Thank you. Sylvia bowed to Deculein and walked out of the classroom. As she passed by Ifrin to boast, she noticed something peculiar. Ifrin was quivering like a scared pup. Only then did Sylvia realize what she was feeling. Excitement. The way the beggar collapsed felt so refreshing she couldn't stand it. Julie, you can go. Rihin, you can go. Aharon, you can go. The wizards in the classroom were decreasing. From 150 to 150, 25, and yet Ifrin had only completed one task. There was no doubt about it. She was the last in the rankings right now. Her mind was already blank. Still, she didn't give up. Forcefully, she squeezed magic out. The bracelet and mana resonated fiercely, but the swallowed mist showed no Signs of manifesting. Tuck, tuck, tuck. She tried releasing whatever mana was left within her, but her body couldn't hold on any longer. Her nose bled, causing dark red fluids to drop on the soil carving on her table. Dren, you can go. In the meantime, his voice continued to fill the hall. Lawton, you can go. As the people left one by one, her hands shook, and her knees went numb. Kane, you can go. She felt as if she was living in a nightmare. At the same time, it was a frustrating reality. She couldn't pass off as a dream. Doyen, you can go. And, finally, Eurojan, you can go. Yes. The last one with her passed. She was left alone. She didn't want to give up, but it was already over before she could continue the fight. Ifrin dropped her arms. Tap. She then dropped her face on the table. Dirted and with blood smeared on her face. Her mind remained blank. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The entire classroom was empty. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Head professor, the time is up. Assistant Professor Allen's voice blurred in the background. I'll be going now. Yes. Then I'll stay in. She couldn't hear them talking. She didn't even know why. Maybe the blood had covered her ears. Thwang, thwang. Ifrin tapped the table with her forehead, her body brimming with shame. She blamed herself for not being able to do it. She cried out revenge for her father, left home, pledging never to return home until she fulfilled it. Now, however, she felt pathetic for being unable to complete such simple tasks. She buried her nose in the desk and cried. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The only thing that hadn't disappeared in the world was the sound of the clock. Tick, tock, tick, tock. How much time passed that way? How much time did she spend alone? Tick, tock, tick, tock. Ifrin slowly raised her head. The classroom had gone dark. Night had come. Ugh. She wiped her nose and eyes. All sorts of junk were stuck to her face. She tried to wipe everything off with her sleeves, but it just made an even bigger smudge on her face. She was a total mess. Sigh. She released a sigh close to desperation. The lecture was already over. No, it ended a long time ago. More importantly, she blew it. Who? Her feelings of doubt and defeat were about to blow up. Her whole body felt heavy, so much so that she couldn't even move her legs properly. When Ifrin took a step back to return to the dorms, her eyes grew as she casually looked at the platform. Her lips covered with sand opened unbiddenly. Huh. He was still at the lecture desk. As usual, he was looking at her with an upright posture. She wasn't aware that he stayed behind. The sound of his voice flooded in her ears. 5 hours and 47 minutes. His blue eyes were the only light in the dark, and inside those eyes, she looked pathetic and weak. Ifrin Luna. Still cold, but he had a completely different tone from last night. His voice made her feel warm. She could no longer hear the chirping of the clock. How long are you going to keep me waiting? It was as if time itself had stopped. Chapter 20. University, 4. Translator note. We fixed some issues in the previous translations. Ifrin-Effarine. Julie, current fiancé. Julia, student. Yuli, dead. Leland-Reelan. Underscore 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 underscore. Deculein's gaze was always clear. His eyes always seemed to know the answer to every question there was, and it was as if the right direction would always be where he looked. Hesitation, doubt, fear, regret, Deculein never showed any of those but was rather always assured. He was self-righteous and acted high and mighty, but his arrogance and disrespect were no different than his dignity. He was an aristocrat through and through. Her father, who committed suicide due to Deculein, disappeared as if he never existed. In the first place, like a mirage wiped away by a sandstorm, Deculein remained so perfect throughout it all that no one even suspected him. Only Ephraim knew the truth, which was the source of her hatred for him. Nevertheless, she didn't have the confidence to look him in the eye. The wall between them, a barrier that could never be conquered, felt as high as the mountains. A wizard was someone who unwaveringly explored the truth, a cold-blooded race that calmly, unshakably, maintained a constant pulse when looking for answers regardless of unknown. Be a wizard if they doubted themselves, relied on someone else, or grew vulnerable from pressure. Even though she didn't want to admit it, even if not doing so would mean her death. Deculein was an exceptional wizard in those regards. He didn't even seem to care about her sentiments. She felt as if she underestimated the Yuckline bloodline. Ephraim eventually lowered her head. It was a fight she couldn't win. He was a professor, and she was just a girl who hadn't even gone through the academy. Between them was a gap made out of years' worth of experience, knowledge, and skills. The dream of instantly overcoming that barrier with talent was the delusion of a fool who knew nothing about the world. "I'm sorry." Ephraim squeezed out a cracked voice as her heart crumbled. She couldn't even dare resist, finding herself too scared to do so. Hence, she was left with no choice now but to accept defeat. "This is pathetic." Ephraim's shoulders trembled at his words. As she timidly looked up, she noticed a hint of disdain in his expression. Coldness is the basic skill of a wizard. His words cut her through her chest like a knife. "You're not able to keep your composure on these challenges." She didn't want to hear any of it. It was like he was reading her mind. "You will never be free from your old ways." She felt as if she was being suffocated in their haunted classroom. All she wished for was to run. "Even if someone provokes you." But she couldn't escape. "Even if you fail countless times, even if you're suffocated by pressure." All she could do was stand still in his presence. "Even if at that moment. Even if your enemy is already right in front of you." Her whole body trembled as she felt a chill claw its way up her back. Her eyes grew as big as plates as she stared at Deculein, who remained composed and calm. "You have to be cold all the time. That's how a true wizard behaves." Ephraim understood what he said, what he meant. "Pathetic. You will never be able to grow stronger at this rate." She clenched her fist. At the same time, she felt a fire burning in her chest. That, too, was passion. "No, you won't even be able to stay on your toes." Ephraim couldn't run away from his admonishment. On the contrary, she took it head on. "Think of the reason why you haven't been disciplined yet." What had she, who had been generously excused, accomplished? From the very beginning, she couldn't control her anger, and as a result, she was almost expelled. "I don't want an apology from you." It was foolish. Stupid. Idiot, moron, dimwit. She acknowledged that she was still immature. I'm disappointed, Ephraim. Deculein put the clock down on the lecture table. He fixed his sleeves and collar, which was what he habitually did after every lecture. Turning around, he opened the door of the classroom. I thought you were a diamond in the rough. With those last words, he left. He left. But his voice still lingered in the air. What was he expecting, and why was he disappointed? He didn't say. Ephraim stood there with a blank expression, his words replaying over in her head. She felt a sense of helplessness spread throughout her body. Staggering, Ephraim stood on the platform where Deculein always stood and looked at the clock he left behind. 5 hours 57 minutes and 17 seconds. 5 hours 57 minutes and 18 seconds. 5 hours 57 minutes and 19 seconds. Time was still flowing. Ephraim clenched her teeth as she stared at it. I don't care if you're disappointed. She recited it like she was chewing the words. She clasped the clock. I can do it. Ephraim rolled up her sleeves. She warmed up her magic as she thought of the formula. Again, she laid her hands on top of the elements. I can do it, even if you're not disappointed. If it didn't work today, then she'd keep working through the night. She wouldn't stop. Even if dawn came. She wouldn't stop, even if it meant her death. Ephraim refused to give up, so much so that such words had been erased from her mind. No, Deculein erased them. I can do it too. She held back the tears that were swelling up. Surprisingly, she managed to hold them. Her teardrops evoked magic as she turned her overwhelming emotions into fuel. Drip, drip. Another nosebleed. I can do it. The drops of blood became metal roses. I thought as I leaned against the wall outside of the classroom. I spent almost 7 hours on one person, yet the reason for it remained unclear. Today, Ephraim's death flag. It didn't appear. There was no death was weak, but she was a good kid. I didn't want to see her collapse since she was clearly a good-natured named. When I was still a developer and player, I was a knight far from magic, but I certainly remembered the Luna household. She probably grew up to be a wizard in this world, one with an influence on the main quest. She lacked many traits, like mental strength and a wizard's mentality, but she didn't need much to overcome it. If one put firewood on an ember, or if oil was poured, it would burn up by itself. Of course, I didn't know if the flames would consume her as well. But there was no set failure, be it in a game or this world. Only those who refused to try believed in fate, which was why I only believed in myself. That was why Ephraim wouldn't kill me. I would make it that way. I'd make it so she couldn't kill me. No, she wouldn't even dare chase me. This kind of rivalry wasn't bad. Ironically, Deculein's personality could also be used to avoid being caught by a debutante. You can do it. A loud cry leaked out of the classroom. I let out a small laugh. A professor or a teacher, I mumbled, but I didn't feel bad. At that very moment. Side quest completed, your way. Store currency +1. Out of nowhere, a quest reward showed up. It was as if someone observing from the sky had complimented me for my choices today. DRRR. Suddenly, the door of the classroom opened, and Ephraim went out. She ran towards the stairs without noticing me against the wall, waddling like a penguin carrying an egg. The classroom was no longer engulfed by darkness despite the night growing even dimmer. At Ephraim's table were magic spells sealed with a brilliant glow. There were a large number of will-o'-the-wisp floating in the air like ghosts, swallowed. Mist flashed like thunder clouds, and, rising metal, took the shape of roses. I looked at the clock on the table. 6 hours 25 minutes and 5 seconds. 6 hours and 25 minutes. It was achieved in just 28 minutes. Jealousy rose within me slowly. I grew uselessly annoyed. If I had known this, I would have retorted harder. Seriously. Deculein's ego refused to allow me to be a sweet person. There were very few people I could be gentle with, very few people I could show my smile to, which made my life a lot more difficult. Was this because of the elitist trait? It felt dirty. I took out the record sheet and wrote it down. Debutante Effarine, time required 6 hours 25 minutes 5 seconds. Quality of work is first class, although chronic flaws of non-academic origins preceded it. Score, 0. Reason, time limit exceeded, 6 hours 25 minutes. After dismantling the magic on the table, I came out to the tower's parking lot. I was going home from work by car as usual. Within the cold late night, under a magic streetlight in a spacious parking lot, I found an unexpected character. It was a man wearing a coat thick enough to be 2 coats. He looked like a white tiger, with his wide shoulders and a muscular physique, but his handsome face didn't match his size. I knew him well. Zeit von Bluegang Frieden. He was the current head of the Frieden household and Julie's older brother with a 12-year age difference. Overall, he looked like a middle-aged man with gray hair, neatly styled with pomade. I began to feel nervous. Zeit was a well-known name for his enormous combat power. His strength was among the top 3, and I experienced his viciousness through the monitor. Zeit in person was much taller than LeBron James, doing little to assuage my nerves. Head Professor Deculein. He called my name, his expression remaining stiff. If this were about Julie's snowflake obsidian, then he would soon become a death never be able to counter as of now. I approached him, agonizing deep down, but he suddenly let out a beautiful smile. Ha 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 ha. It's good to see you, though it's unusual seeing you here. I was flustered inside, but I calmly nodded. It is. It's not a big deal for me, but rumors have been going around that you and Julie aren't on good terms, so I'm here to visit the imperial family. I waited here because you were in a lecture. Zeit seemed to be in favor of Deculein and Julie's marriage. So far, that was. Is that so? Don't worry. We can at least arrange to move the ceremony later in the year. I'll arrange a meeting this week. Zeit's propensity was never evil. However, it was hard to deal with someone whose only priority was his family. It was amiable now, but if Deculein ever spoke ill or did any harm to Julie or his household, he would be cut off without hesitation. A meeting sounds good. It's nothing. I arranged this engagement, so I should take responsibility. He put his hand on my shoulder, and I frowned instinctively. Zeit saw the look on my face and moved his hand away. Ha ha ha. This is why I like you. The only thing boys know how to do these days is flirting and flattering. As expected, you're a man beyond all men. I see. For as long as a wizard has a strong spirit, he is not weak. Zeit chuckled. Just bring yourself and don't worry about anything else. I'll choose a restaurant that you'll like. His gaze on me felt heavy. It's already late, and I still have something to do, so I'm going now. By the way, your car looks nice. Give me a ride next time. Haha. Without giving me a chance to refuse, Zeit left. Clink clank, clink clank. The more I watched his back as he walked away, the less human he seemed to me. Does he want me to buy him a car as a marriage gift? I slid into the car. The driver, who was sleeping, was startled and immediately grabbed the wheel. I didn't notice you. My apologies. Did you drop Alan off? Oh, I was going to, but he left first, saying it's fine. I nodded. Let's go. Yes, sir. The next day, on the system's outskirts, an empty 3-story mansion was prepared. Early in the morning for Julie. No. Why do you hate it so much? An all-out fight was occurring in the yard. It was a battle of words, not swords. We fought. Also, I'm busy teaching articles. I don't have time to meet him. Are you sulking because he took away the snowflake obsidian? I don't know what you're talking about. Julie's rage burst out. Seeing her so enraged at the table was strange for Zeit, while Julie grew further frustrated since her brother couldn't understand. Think about it, Julie. Why did he buy the snowflake obsidian? It's a metal that can only be used to make weapons. Contrary to what you're thinking, he probably bought it for you. If he wants to make a sword for me as a gift, then I'll let him know now that the engagement is off. Those were the words she had agonized hundreds of times over but never uttered. The air felt heavy. Zeit looked down on his sister without a word. She was overwhelmed by his fearsome force. He towered over her at 2 m 10 centimeters. No, he was taller than that. Despite usually being confident in front of the opponent she faced, she instinctively lowered her gaze before his presence. Like I said the other day, it's stupid to break up the marriage. Deculein's performance faltered the past few days, but Deculein is still our sworn ally. Zeit was the one who actively pushed the marriage between Julie and Deculein. It started at a drinking party with Deculein 3 years ago. And as far as I know, there is no other man who loves you more than him. Or do you have someone else in your mind? There's no one. Then why are you hesitating? You were the one who said emotion is not needed in politics related to our family, Julie. Does Deculein's poor performance bother you so much? The wizard may hesitate. It's not about that. Julie was a knight. She grew up a knight and would die a knight, and she would never let go of that belief. Then what is it? But knights were beings who couldn't exist alone. A knight without a lord was just a warrior. Only when a lord had granted them a name could they truly be considered knights. It's been more than 2 years since you were engaged. How long are you going to put this off? Frydan was both her family and her lord. Therefore, she had to accept that engagement. I will arrange a meeting this week. Deculein is coming, so make your peace with each other then. After saying that, Zeit left. Standing there vacantly, Julie grabbed her sword and her armor. Mana permeated immediately through it, forming a crystal shape that wrapped around her body. Wielded in that form, the sword fired off a crescent-shaped wave and froze a large area. Even before the ice broke, she had swung her sword several more times in an elegant display of swordsmanship. Throb. She injured herself, but she didn't care. Julie kept expressing her fury through her swordsmanship. That was the only way to enforce her own will, to cut things she couldn't see, and to sublimate her emotions until they separated from this mundane world. Only then did the unbearable become bearable. Watching her from afar, Varen, a subordinate knight, bit his lips until it bled.